The Improbable Inheritance, an Edmund Cork mystery. Chapter 1, in which Edmund arrives and immediately regrets it. Edmund Cork had received many strange documents in his 37 years as an insurance fraud investigator, but the embossed invitation currently crinkling in his jacket pocket ranked somewhere between suspicious and possibly a prank orchestrated by his former colleagues. The invitation read, "You are cordially invited to attend the reading of the last will and testament of Artemis Bancroft III aboard the Reasonable Assumption, docked at Luna Station, Gate 47B. Your presence is required. Transportation and accommodations provided. Formal attire optional but encouraged. Please do not bring lawyers." The last line should have been his first warning. Edmund stood now in what the directory called an airlock vestibule, but what appeared to be a marble-floored entrance hall that wouldn't have looked out of place in a minor palace. His single overnight bag, packed with 3 days of clothing because Edmund Cork always prepared for delays, felt suddenly inadequate. A woman in a crisp burgundy uniform approached with the kind of purposeful stride that suggested she had 47 things to do, and he was currently preventing 46 of them. "Mr. Cork?" Edmund turned to face her. Yes. Edmund Cork. I received an invitation, though I'm not entirely sure why. I once processed a claim for Mr. Bancroft when he insured a collection of antique timepieces against temporal anomalies, but that was 6 years ago, and the claim was denied because temporal anomalies aren't covered under standard policies, and Edmund realized he was rambling. He did that when nervous. "I'm here?" The woman's expression softened slightly. "Janet Proxima, Passenger Relations. We've been expecting you, Mr. Cork. You're the last to arrive." "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. The shuttle from Earth was delayed, and then there was a mix-up with my ticket, and—" "You're exactly on time. The others simply arrived early. Eager beneficiaries tend to be punctual." She said beneficiaries the way one might say opportunistic fungi. "Beneficiaries?" "Oh no, there's been a mistake. I'm not a beneficiary. I was invited." The invitation said my presence was required, which I thought was odd phrasing, but I assumed it was some formality about the insurance claim, perhaps a posthumous review of Mr. Cork. Janet's voice was kind but firm. "Everyone who received an invitation believes there's been a mistake. Please follow me." She set off down the corridor at a pace that suggested she'd calculated the exact speed necessary to keep Edmund slightly breathless and unable to ask questions. Edmund followed, his bag bumping against his leg. The corridor was peculiar. That was the word that kept circling Edmund's mind. Not wrong exactly, but peculiar. The walls were an agreeable cream color. The lighting was warm and even, and yet Edmund couldn't shake the feeling that something about the space wasn't quite committed, as if the corridor was a very good sketch of a corridor rather than an actual corridor. "Is it just me, or does the ship feel slightly manifested?" Janet finished. "You're perceptive. Most people don't notice immediately." "Manifested?" Janet stopped at what appeared to be a completely blank wall. "The Reasonable Assumption is equipped with a manifest engine. It can create, modify, or reconfigure any interior space based on passenger requirements. We're currently maintaining 12 different environmental configurations across 4 decks. That's not possible." "It's extremely possible. It's also extremely expensive, which is why you'll be sharing a room." Janet touched the wall, which obligingly opened into a door that Edmund would have sworn wasn't there a moment ago. "The manifest engine is operating under budgetary constraints during the will reading. Apparently, Mr. Bancroft's estate is still processing final expenditures." The room beyond was small but comfortable, containing 2 beds, 2 desks, and a porthole that showed the gray surface of Luna rotating slowly below, A man was already unpacking a suitcase on the far bed, humming tunelessly. Mr. Cork, this is Dr. Helena Flux. Dr. Flux, Edmund Cork. The man, Dr. Flux, looked up and beamed. He was perhaps 60, with wild gray hair that suggested a recent argument with gravity. Ah, the insurance fellow. Artemis mentioned you once. Said you had an adequately suspicious mind. High praise from him, I assure you. Thank you? Edmund set his bag down carefully. I'm sorry, Dr. Flux, but I think there's been a mistake about the room assignment. You're clearly. He gestured vaguely at Dr. Flux's masculine presentation, then at himself, then at the two beds, trying to find a polite way to express confusion. Oh, the name. Yes, Helena is gender neutral in the Martian colonies where I was born. I've given up correcting people. Dr. Flux returned to his unpacking, which seemed to consist entirely of data tablets and a single change of clothes. And you're wondering if there's been a rooming error. There hasn't? Budget constraints, as Mrs. Proxima mentioned. The manifest engine could create unlimited suites, but someone, presumably whoever's managing Artemis's affairs, has imposed spending limits. Fascinating bit of quantum economics, really. The engine operates on probability matrices and... Dr. Flux, Janet interrupted gently. Mr. Cork hasn't even been briefed yet. Right. Sorry, I do that. Run ahead. Quantum physicist's occupational hazard. Time is all rather fluid from my perspective. Edmund sat down carefully on his bed. Mrs. Proxima, could you explain what exactly I'm doing here? Janet consulted her tablet with the air of someone reading from a script she found personally ridiculous. You, along with 7 other individuals, have been summoned for the official reading of Artemis Bancroft III's last will and testament. The reading will take place in... She checked the time. 43 minutes in the manifest chamber on deck 2. Attendance is mandatory per the terms of Mr. Bancroft's final instructions. But I'm not a relative. I barely knew the man. None of that matters, apparently. Janet's professional composure cracked slightly, revealing what Edmund suspected was deep exhaustion. Mr. Bancroft's final arrangements are unconventional. The will itself is unusual. The executor is unusual. The entire situation is... A pleasant chime sounded from Janet's tablet. Becoming more unusual by the minute. That's Captain Joe. There's a situation with the manifest engine. Dr. Flux, please ensure Mr. Cork reaches the manifest chamber on time. Mr. Cork, please don't wander. The ship is reconfiguring for the ceremony, and if you take a wrong turn, you might end up somewhere that didn't exist 5 minutes ago. Janet departed at speed, leaving Edmund alone with Dr. Flux, who was now assembling what appeared to be a small holographic projector on his desk. She's wound rather tight. Can't blame her. This whole affair is playing havoc with causality. Not literal causality, mind you. Temporal mechanics remain stable. But causal chains of responsibility? Complete chaos. He activated the projector, which displayed a spinning diagram of something Edmund couldn't begin to comprehend. Beautiful, isn't it? What is it? The manifest engine's probability architecture. Or my best guess at it, anyway. Artemis and I worked on the prototype together years ago, before we had our falling out. Dr. Flux's cheerful expression dimmed slightly. I assume that's why I'm here. Either to inherit something, or to be publicly reminded I didn't. Edmund studied the spinning diagram, trying to find something to say that wasn't, I have no idea what I'm looking at. A question occurred to him. Dr. Flux, if the manifest engine can create any room, can it create evidence? Dr. Flux looked up sharply. That's a peculiar question for an insurance investigator to ask before the will reading has even begun. Is it? It suggests you're already suspicious. Edmund pulled out his small notebook, a habit from decades of investigating false claims. Mr. Bancroft told you I had an adequately suspicious mind. I'm beginning to think that's why I'm really here. Dr. Flux's smile returned, but it was different now. More thoughtful. Then you should know. Yes, the manifest engine can create evidence. It can create anything that's physically possible. Documents, objects, even recordings. The only thing it keeps is a log of manifestation requests. Can that log be altered? Not easily, but nothing's impossible on this ship, Mr. Cork. That's rather the problem. Edmund wrote in his notebook, manifest engine equals evidence fabricator. Then he underlined it twice. He had a feeling it was going to be a very long 43 minutes, Chapter 2, in which the will reading begins, sort of. The manifest chamber was absurd. There was no other word for it. Edmund stood in the doorway, taking in a room that appeared to be simultaneously a Victorian drawing room, a courtroom, a corporate boardroom, and possibly a chapel. The walls couldn't decide what color they wanted to be, and kept shifting subtly between burgundy and oak paneling. The ceiling was vaulted, but also not vaulted depending on where one looked. It's still stabilizing, Janet murmured, appearing at Edmund's elbow. She'd changed into what might have been formal attire, or possibly a very elegant ship's uniform. The outfit seemed as uncertain as the room. The manifest engine received conflicting descriptions of what Mr. Bancroft wanted for the ceremony. The engine could only manifest what had been precisely specified. Ambiguity didn't create miracles. It created instability in trying to accommodate all of them. Can it do that? It's doing it right now. Whether it should is a different question. 8 chairs were arranged in a semicircle facing a raised platform. 7 were already occupied. Edmund recognized Dr. Flux, who gave him a small wave. The others were strangers, each studying their neighbors with the wary calculation of people trying to determine who would inherit what. "That's your seat," Janet said, pointing to the empty chair between Dr. Flux and an elderly woman who was knitting something that appeared to be a scarf, but was approaching blanket proportions. "I'll be standing in the back. If you need anything, beverages, clarification, an escape route, signal me." An escape route? I'm joking, mostly. The doors lock during the reading per Mr. Bancroft's instructions. Fire safety regulations allow manual override, but it triggers an alarm that plays his favorite opera at full volume. Janet's expression suggested she'd already heard more of this opera than any person should endure. "Please take your seat." Edmund sat, placing his notebook carefully on his lap. The elderly woman glanced over. "You're the insurance man." It wasn't a question. "Edmund Cork, yes. And you are?" "Lady Marjorie Thistle. I was Artemis's dear friend for 43 years, attended his mother's funeral, his father's funeral, his first wedding, his second wedding, the annulment of his second wedding, and 3 of his birthday parties. I believe I'm here because I'm the only person he trusted." Her knitting needles clicked steadily. "Or because I'm the only person who would tell him his ideas were terrible, which amounts to the same thing." On Edmund's other side, Dr. Flux leaned over. "Lady Thistle is being modest. She's also a retired judge and has 3 doctorates in comparative law. If there's anything questionable about the will, she'll spot it." Nothing questionable about dying. Happens to everyone. It's what people try to do afterward that gets complicated. Before Edmund could ask what that meant, a door manifested on the far wall. Edmund actually watched it appear, which was deeply unsettling. A figure entered. Or rather, a figure attempted to enter, stumbled, caught themselves on the doorframe, and then proceeded into the room with the hasty dignity of someone pretending they'd meant to do that. "Good evening. I am Leslie Voss, Executor of Artemis Bancroft III's estate. Thank you all for coming." Leslie Voss was indeterminate in almost every way. Indeterminate age, indeterminate gender presentation, indeterminate height, due to a slouch that might have been habitual or might have been exhaustion. They wore a gray suit that looked expensive but rumpled, and carried a briefcase that appeared to be made of actual leather, which was either very retro or very expensive. Before we begin, I must verify attendance. Dr. Helena Flux. Present and accounted for, Dr. Flux said cheerfully. Mr. Reginald Bancroft? A man in his 40s, wearing a suit that was definitely expensive and definitely not rumpled, raised his hand. He had the look of someone who'd been told he was special his entire life and had taken the information to heart. Here, and I'd like to note for the record that this is highly irregular. My uncle's will should have been read at his estate on Earth, not on this theme park attraction of a spaceship. Noted. Lady Marjorie Thistle? Still here, Lady Thistle said, not looking up from her knitting. Sister Patience Porter? A woman who shared Reginald's family resemblance, but none of his smug confidence, raised her hand. Present, and I'd like to note that I haven't spoken to my brother in 15 years, which should tell you something about his character. It tells me you're stubborn, Reginald shot back. Mr. Timothy Grift? A man who was trying very hard to look respectable and failing in ways Edmund couldn't quite articulate, raised his hand. Something about him screamed, con artist, though Edmund couldn't have said exactly what. The smile was too practiced. The handshake, even from across the room, Edmund could tell the handshake would be too practiced. Here, and honored to have known dear Artemis in his final months. His voice dripped with what he probably thought was moving sincerity. Sister Patience snorted. Captain Joe. A woman in a ship's uniform stood. She looked like she'd rather be anywhere else, preferably somewhere that involved actual piloting, rather than sitting through legal proceedings. Present, and I'm logging a formal complaint about use of my ship for private legal matters. Complaint noted, Mr. Edmund Cork? Here, Edmund said, feeling distinctly out of place. And finally, Leslie Voss paused, consulting their papers. The ship's artificial intelligence, designation Reginald. Present, said a voice from everywhere and nowhere. Though I question whether present is the appropriate term for a distributed consciousness. I am technically always present throughout the ship. Also, I'd like it noted that I find my designation confusing, given that there's a human Reginald in attendance. I was named first, human Reginald said hotly. I was instantiated in 2024-70. You were born in 2024-51. Your claim is mathematically incorrect. Can we please proceed? Captain Joe rubbed her temples. I have an actual ship to run. Of course. Leslie Voss opened their briefcase and withdrew a data tablet. Then they withdrew another tablet, then a third. They stared at the 3 tablets with visible confusion. That's odd. Edmund's investigator instincts, dormant for the 5 years since his retirement, suddenly woke up and started paying attention. What's odd? Lady Thistle asked, her knitting needles pausing mid-click. I only brought 1 copy of the will, but there are 3 tablets in my briefcase, all marked as the official will, all with different dates. The room went very quiet. Different dates. Timothy Grift leaned forward. 1 dated 6 months ago, 1 dated 3 months ago, 1 dated... Leslie Voss's face went pale. Last week. Last week? Sister Patience stood. My brother died 4 months ago. I'm aware. This is preposterous. The will was finalized 8 months ago. I was present at the signing. This is obviously some kind of fraud. The tablets are genuine? AI Reginald interrupted. I'm scanning them now. All 3 contain proper authentication codes from the Bancroft legal firm. All 3 are marked as the sole authentic will. All 3 contradict each other. Edmund was writing furiously in his notebook. Lady Thistle had set down her knitting entirely, which felt significant. Dr. Flux spoke quietly. Leslie Voss, were all 3 tablets in your briefcase when you left Earth? I don't know. I packed it this morning. There was only 1 tablet then. I'm certain. Leslie Voss looked around the room with growing panic. Someone must have added the others. But when? I've had the briefcase with me constantly. I even slept with it in my cabin last night. Which cabin? Edmund asked. Deck 3? Cabin 17B. And what time did you retrieve the briefcase this morning? Around 0800 ship time. Edmund looked at Janet, who was already checking her tablet. Her face confirmed what he suspected. Deck 3, Cabin 17B was manifested yesterday at 1400. Before that, it didn't exist. The room erupted into shouting. Edmund kept writing, his pencil scratching across the page. Briefcase in room that didn't exist. 3 wills, all official. Someone has access to manifest engine. Someone who can create legal documents. Someone who knew about the will reading. He underlined the last line twice, then looked up at the chaos unfolding around him. Lady Thistle caught his eye. She'd resumed knitting, her needles clicking calmly despite the pandemonium. She glanced meaningfully at Leslie Voss, who was frantically scrolling through the 3 tablets, then at the door through which they'd entered. Edmund followed her gaze. The door was already fading, unmanifesting, sealing them all inside. His pencil hovered over the page. Then he wrote one more line. This wasn't an accident. Chapter 3, in which Leslie Voss vanishes inconveniently. The manifest chamber had descended into what could charitably be called organized chaos, or more accurately, the kind of disorder that suggests organization gave up and went for a drink. Leslie Voss stood at the center of the maelstrom, clutching all 3 tablets to their chest, like a parent protecting triplets from a storm. Around them, the assembled beneficiaries, actual, potential, or entirely theoretical, were shouting various combinations of the phrases, my inheritance, fraud, lawyers, and, in Timothy Griff's case, dear Artemis would have wanted. Edmund remained seated, his pencil hovering over his notebook. He'd learned early in his fraud investigation career that the best time to observe people was when they thought no one was observing them. Right now, everyone was too busy being outraged to notice him watching. Lady Thistle, for instance, hadn't stopped knitting. Her needles clicked with metronomic precision despite the chaos, and her eyes tracked each speaker with the focus of a cat watching birds through a window. Every few moments, she'd glance at her knitting, then at a speaker, then at another stitch. Edmund had the distinct impression she was doing something more significant than making a scarf, but he couldn't imagine what. Dr. Flux had pulled out a tablet of his own and was taking readings of something, his face cycling through expressions that ranged from fascinated to deeply concerned to definitely writing a paper about this later. Captain Jo stood with her arms crossed, radiating the specific type of fury that comes from having one's carefully maintained vessel turned into a circus. She kept glancing at the door, the one that had sealed itself with the look of someone mentally calculating the exact force required to blow it off its hinges. Human Reginald was red-faced and loud, which Edmund suspected was his default state. Sister Patience sat rigidly in her chair, hands clasped so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Timothy Griff was making sympathetic noises while carefully positioning himself near Leslie Voss, as if proximity to the Executor might somehow improve his chances, and AI Reginald was being unhelpful in that special way only artificial intelligences could manage. I could manifest a mediator, the AI suggested, its voice emanating from speakers Edmund couldn't locate. Though given the budgetary constraints, it would have to be a hologram, and given the emotional intensity in the room, I should warn you that holograms can't duck. No one is throwing anything. Janet said firmly from her position by the wall. She'd acquired a tablet and was making notes of her own, her expression professionally neutral in a way that suggested she was mentally composing a very strongly worded resignation letter. Yet, AI Reginald added, no one is throwing anything yet. Probability matrices suggest a 63% chance of imminent projectile deployment. Can you shut that thing up? Human Reginald demanded. I'm the ship's primary operating system. Shutting me up would involve shutting down life support, gravity, and the door locks. Would you like me to do that? The door locks, yes. I'm afraid that's not how bundled systems work. It's all or nothing. Well, technically, it's all or some specific subsets of functions that were determined by engineers who prioritized. Everyone, please. Leslie Voss's voice cut through the noise. They'd climbed onto the platform, which gave them approximately 6 inches of additional height and a completely unearned sense of authority. Please, if everyone would sit down, I can verify which will is authentic using the ship's main computer. How? Sister Patience asked, the first words Edmund had heard her speak at a normal volume. If all 3 have authentication codes, the codes authenticate that they came from the Bancroft legal firm, but the firm's main server keeps logs of every document generation. I can access that remotely and check which will was created by the system versus, they hesitated, versus which wills were created by other means. You mean which ones are forgeries? Human Reginald said flatly. I prefer documents of uncertain provenance. I prefer forgeries. Fine, forgeries. Leslie Voss touched their tablet, swiping through screens. AI Reginald, I need access to external communications. Can you set up a secure connection to Earth? There was a pause. A long pause. The kind of pause that in Edmund's experience meant something had gone very wrong. Oh, Reginald, Leslie Voss repeated. I'm thinking. You're a computer. You think at processor speeds. I prefer to think of it as processing with appropriate deliberation. The truth is, I'm experiencing some difficulty with external communications at the moment. Captain Joe's head snapped up. What kind of difficulty? The technical kind. Specifically, the kind where the external communications array is reporting that it's not currently manifested. Silence fell over the room. Even Human Reginald stopped mid-bluster. What do you mean, not currently manifested? Captain Joe's voice was dangerously calm. Exactly what it sounds like. The communications array has been unmanifested, presumably to prevent external contact. I should mention that this is quite impossible according to my safety protocols, which is why I'm finding it so interesting that it's happened anyway. Dr. Flux looked up from his tablet. When was it unmanifested? Approximately 4 minutes ago, right around the time you all started arguing about the wills. Funny timing, that. Edmund was writing quickly now. Comms cut. When? During chaos. Why? Stop verification. W.O.? Can you remanifest it? Janet asked. I could if I had authorization. Which I don't. The unmanifest command came from a priority override code. I can't undo it without the same level of authorization. Who has that level of authorization? Edmund asked. It was the first time he'd spoken since the chaos began, and several heads turned toward him. On this ship, Captain Joe and myself, and Leslie Voss, who was given temporary authorization for the duration of the will reading. I didn't unmanifest anything. Leslie Voss spoke quickly. Too quickly, Edmund thought. Then again, most people spoke quickly when accused of something. Innocent or guilty, nobody liked being blamed. Nor did I, Captain Joe said. And I'm the one reporting the problem, which would be a strange move if I'd caused it. Though I suppose that could be a double bluff. Are any of you familiar with Asimov's 3 laws? I only ask because I'm not technically bound by them, different legal framework, but I do find them interesting from a philosophical standpoint, particularly the part about harming humans, or allowing them to come to harm through inaction. Very relevant to... Focus, Captain Joe snapped. Right, sorry. The point is, someone used a legitimate override code that only 3 entities should have, and all 3 entities claim they didn't use it, which suggests either someone is lying, or, Edmund prompted, or there's a 4th entity with access codes who shouldn't exist. The lights flickered. It wasn't a dramatic flicker, like in the horror vids Edmund's daughter liked to watch. It was brief, barely noticeable, the kind of flicker that might have been a simple power fluctuation, except that spaceships didn't have power fluctuations unless something was very wrong. That's concerning, AI Reginald said. The lights flickered again, longer this time. Oh, Reginald. Captain Joe's voice was sharp. Status report. The manifest engine is drawing significantly more power than it should be. Something large is being manifested. Where? I don't know. The location data is encrypted, which shouldn't be possible. I'm the one who does the encrypting. The lights went out entirely. Someone screamed. Edmund thought it was Sister Patience, but in the darkness, it was hard to tell. There was a crash, someone knocking over a chair, and several thuds that sounded like people colliding with each other, or possibly furniture. Emergency lighting, Captain Joe shouted. Working on it, AI Reginald said, and Edmund detected something in the AI's voice he hadn't heard before. Uncertainty. Fear, maybe, if AIs could feel such things. The emergency lights came on, bathing everything in a sickly red glow that made the manifest chamber look less like a courtroom and more like the setting for a murder. Which, Edmund reflected, was not a comforting association. Everyone stay calm, Janet said, though her voice suggested she was giving this advice more to herself than anyone else. Is everyone all right? Leslie Voss called out. They were still on the platform, Edmund saw, though they'd dropped 2 of the tablets. They were scrabbling to pick them up, their movements jerky with panic, or perhaps something else. Fine, Human Reginald grunted. Unharmed, Dr. Flux confirmed. I've had better evenings, Lady Thistle said dryly. She'd dropped a stitch, Edmund noticed, the first mistake he'd seen her make. One by one, the others confirmed they were unhurt. Edmund counted voices. 8, including his own. Plus, Janet made 9. 10 people had been in the room when the lights went out. Where's Leslie Voss? Edmund said. Everyone looked at the platform. It was empty. The 3 tablets lay scattered on the floor where they'd fallen. Leslie Voss's briefcase sat neatly on the chair they'd been using, but Leslie Voss themselves had vanished as completely as if they'd never existed at all. Oh dear, Lady Thistle said softly. This has become complicated. Edmund stared at the empty platform, his mind racing through possibilities, each more impossible than the last. The doors were still sealed. The room had no other exits. No one had heard Leslie Voss leave. No one had seen them go. And yet somehow, in the space of perhaps 30 seconds of darkness, a fully grown human being had disappeared from a locked room. He pulled out his notebook and wrote 4 words. This is a locked room mystery. Then he added a 5th. Wonderful. Chapter 4, in which Edmund becomes a detective again. The problem with locked room mysteries, Edmund reflected as he stared at the empty platform, was that they violated common sense. People didn't vanish. Objects didn't disappear without cause. Reality, in Edmund's experience, was boringly consistent about things like the conservation of matter and the inability of humans to teleport. And yet, search the room. Captain Joe's command was immediate, already moving toward the platform. They must be here somewhere, hiding or manifested out, Dr. Flux suggested. The manifest engine was drawing power. What if it unmanifested Leslie Voss? The engine can't unmanifest living things. Safety protocols, very strict ones. Unmanifesting a person would be, legally speaking, murder. I'm programmed to find murder inconvenient. Reginald's tone was almost apologetic. But you said someone was using override codes you didn't authorize, Janet pointed out. If they can override the communications array, they could override the safety protocols, Dr. Flux finished grimly. Theoretically. I'd rather not theorize about my passengers being deleted like unwanted files. Captain Joe had reached the platform and was examining it closely, running her hands along the edges. There has to be a hidden panel, a trapdoor, something. Human Reginald had joined her, checking the walls. Sister Patience remained in her seat, her face pale. Timothy Grift was making a show of searching behind chairs, while actually, Edmund noted, positioning himself to keep the door in view, preparing an exit strategy if the opportunity arose. Lady Thistle had calmly resumed her knitting. You don't seem concerned, Edmund observed, sitting down beside her. Oh, I'm deeply concerned. I'm simply not surprised. Artemis always did have a flair for the theatrical. This is exactly the sort of ridiculous situation he'd engineer. You think Mr. Bancroft arranged this? But he's dead. Is he? Lady Thistle glanced at him, her eyes sharp behind her glasses. Artemis attended 3 funerals in his life, his mother's, his father's, and his own. The first 2 made him terribly sad. The third, I suspect, would have amused him greatly. Edmund processed this. You're suggesting he faked his death. I'm suggesting nothing. I'm knitting. She held up her work. What had been a shapeless tangle was beginning to resolve into a pattern, not images exactly, but a series of symbols Edmund didn't recognize. But if I were investigating this situation, I might ask who identified the body. Edmund flipped back through his mental notes of the briefing materials he'd received with the invitation. There had been a formal death notice, he recalled. Witnesses listed. Dr. Flux and Leslie Voss confirmed his death. How convenient that one of those witnesses has now vanished. Before Edmund could respond, Captain Joe swore creatively in what sounded like 3 different languages. No panels, no doors, no hidden passages. The room is sealed. The walls are solid. There's nowhere to hide. She spun to face A.I. Reginald's nearest speaker. Explain. Now. I genuinely can't. My sensors show that 10 people entered this room. 9 people remain. The missing person did not leave through the door, as it's been sealed since the reading began. They did not unmanifest, as I would have detected that despite the override codes. They are not hidden in the room, as thermal scans show only 9 heat signatures. The 10th heat signature simply stopped. Stopped? Sister Patience's voice was thin. You mean they died? I mean the signature stopped, not faded or changed temperature, which is what would happen if someone died. It just ceased to register, as if they stepped out of reality. The red emergency lighting cast strange shadows across the room. Edmund found himself thinking about his insurance fraud cases. How many times had he encountered situations that seemed impossible until he found the simple, rational explanation? The fire that couldn't have started itself, except it turned out someone had installed a delayed ignition device. The theft that couldn't have occurred because the vault was sealed, except it turned out the thief was already inside before it was locked. Every impossible crime had a solution. The trick was finding it. We need to vote. Timothy Griff's voice never cut through Edmund's thoughts suddenly. Everyone turned to look at him. On what to do next? We can't just stand here. Vote? Human Reginald said incredulously. On what? On whether to force the door, override the locks, get out of here before whoever disappeared Voss decides to disappear the rest of us. The doors can't be forced, not without triggering the emergency protocols, which, I remind you, include an alarm playing Mr. Bancroft's favorite opera at volumes specifically calibrated to cause lasting hearing damage. Captain Joe's delivery was flat. I've heard that recording, Lady Thistle murmured. It's Wagner. The entire ring cycle. All 15 hours. We'd be trapped in here listening to Wagner while the ship broadcasts our location to every rescue service within 10 light minutes. The scandal would be extraordinary. The insurance claims would be worse, and we still wouldn't know what happened to Leslie Voss. Captain Joe's gaze swept the room, calculating. Then, surprisingly, it settled on Edmund. You, Cork, you investigated fraud, didn't you? Insurance fraud, yes? But I'm retired. I haven't taken a case in 5 years. This is fraud. Someone's defrauding us of an executor and possibly several wills. You investigated impossible claims. This is an impossible situation. Captain Joe's expression suggested she was not making a request. Figure it out. I'm not a detective. I just checked paperwork, looked for inconsistencies. I never... You asked if the manifest engine could create evidence within minutes of boarding the ship. That's not the question of someone who just checks paperwork. Dr. Flux's interjection was thoughtful. Edmund realized everyone was looking at him now. Even Lady Thistle had paused her knitting. I'm not qualified. Surely there's... You're the only person in this room no one suspects. Lady Thistle's voice was quiet. Yet. The word yet hung in the air like a threat. She's right, Janet said, moving to stand beside Captain Joe. We need someone to investigate this, and it can't be any of us. We're all potential suspects, or witnesses, or both. But you, Mr. Cork. She offered him a small, tired smile. You're just an insurance investigator who once processed a minor claim. No stake in this. No motive. And apparently, according to the late Mr. Bancroft, an adequately suspicious mind. Edmund looked down at his notebook, at his confused scribbles and half-formed theories, at the words, "This is a locked room mystery," underlined twice. He thought about his retirement, his quiet apartment on Earth, his daughter who called every Sunday and worried he was bored, his garden that needed weeding, and his cat that needed feeding, and his extremely uncomplicated life that involved no spaceships, no disappearing executors, and absolutely no locked room mysteries. He thought about how, if he was being honest, he'd been bored for 5 years. I'll need help, he heard himself say. An assistant, someone who knows the ship. Janet straightened. I volunteer. And I'll need access to everything. Ship's logs, manifest engine records, passenger information. No restrictions. You'll have it, Captain Joe said. And I need everyone to agree to be questioned, individually, honestly. He looked around the room. Can you do that? There was a moment of silence. Then Human Reginald shrugged. Fine. Question away. I have nothing to hide. Nor do I, Sister Patience said softly. This should be fascinating, Dr. Flux said, smiling. Timothy Grift spread his hands in a gesture of openness that Edmund instantly distrusted. I am an open book? I find that metaphor concerning, given how many books are works of fiction. A.I. Reginald's observation was dry. Captain Joe nodded curtly. Just find answers quickly. Edmund stood, feeling the weight of expectations settle on his shoulders, like a coat he'd forgotten how to wear. Right. Then let's start with the evidence. Janet, can you help me gather the tablets? They crossed to the platform together. The 3 tablets lay where they'd fallen, screens dark. Edmund crouched down, studying them without touching. Notice anything odd? He asked Janet. She knelt beside him. Beyond the obvious? Look at the position. Leslie Voss was holding all three when the lights went out, but they're not in a pile. They're spread out, deliberately placed. Janet tilted her head. You think Voss put them down before they vanished? Or whoever made them vanish wanted us to have access to all three wills. Edmund carefully picked up the tablets using the hem of his jacket. We need to see what's on these. All of them. Not just what they say, but metadata, creation dates, edit histories, everything. I can help with that. Dr. Flux approached, offering. I'm familiar with the authentication protocols the Bancroft legal firm uses. There are irregularities I can check for. Edmund nodded, then turned to address the room. I need to examine Leslie Voss's briefcase as well, and then I'll need to interview each of you, starting with... He scanned the assembled faces, making quick calculations. Who had the most information? Who seemed most nervous? Who was trying too hard to appear helpful? His gaze settled on human Reginald. Starting with you, Mr. Bancroft. You said you were present when your uncle's will was finalized 8 months ago. I'd like to hear about that. Reginald's face reddened. Are you suggesting... I'm not suggesting anything. I'm investigating. There's a difference. Edmund kept his voice level, channeling every bit of authority he'd learned from 37 years of interviewing people who were lying about insurance claims. We can do this civilly, or we can sit in this room listening to Wagner for 15 hours. Your choice. Reginald deflated slightly. Fine. Ask your questions. Excellent. Edmund turned to Janet. Is there somewhere we can conduct interviews privately? The Manifest engine can create a small conference room, though given the budget constraints. I can manifest an interrogation room, AI Reginald offered. I have templates for several. There's the cozy den, the stark corporate space, the actually rather threatening bare room with a single light bulb, the dash dash. Cozy den, definitely the cozy den. Edmund's response was quick. Interesting choice. Most investigators prefer the intimidating options. I'm not most investigators. I'm an adequately suspicious insurance adjuster who'd like people to actually talk to me. Fair point? Manifesting the cozy den now. It'll be adjacent to this room, accessible through that wall. A door began to take shape, solidifying from nothing. I should mention the armchairs are extremely comfortable. I'm rather proud of them. Edmund gathered the 3 tablets, Leslie Voss's briefcase, and his notebook. As he moved toward the new door, Lady Thistle spoke up. Mr. Cork? He turned. She was looking at him over her knitting, her expression unreadable. Yes, Lady Thistle? Remember, in a mystery, the most important question isn't who did it. It's why. Find the why, and the who becomes obvious. Edmund nodded slowly. And do you know the why? I have theories, but I'm interested to see if you reach the same conclusion I have. She resumed her knitting. Do try not to take too long. I'd like to finish this before we're all murdered in our sleep. That's not helpful, Sister Patience said shakily. Wasn't meant to be helpful. Was meant to be accurate. Accuracy is much more valuable than helpfulness in my experience. Edmund exchanged a glance with Janet, who looked as unsettled as he felt. Then he pushed open the manifested door and stepped into what AI Reginald had cheerfully described as the cozy den. It was, he had to admit, extremely cozy. 2 armchairs faced each other across a low table. A fireplace crackled merrily against one wall, despite being on a spaceship where open flames should be impossible. Warm lighting, bookshelves, even a small window showing what appeared to be a forest view, which was absolutely not outside the ship. The fire isn't real, AI Reginald said, its voice following them into the room. but the warmth is. I find people are more honest when they're comfortable, though statistically, they're also more likely to fall asleep. Fair warning. Edmund sat in one of the armchairs. It was, as advertised, extremely comfortable. Send in Mr. Bancroft. And Janet. Could you start analyzing those tablets with Dr. Flux? I want to know everything about them. On it, Janet said, already moving back into the main chamber. Edmund opened his notebook to a fresh page. Wrote Interview 1. Reginald Bancroft at the top. Underlined it twice. Then he waited, watching. The fire that wasn't real cast shadows that were, and thought about Lady Thistle's words. Find the why, and the who becomes obvious. The problem was, Edmund had no idea what the why could possibly be. Yet, Chapter 5, in which the suspects are suspiciously suspicious. Reginald Bancroft entered the cozy den the way a particularly self-important battleship might enter a harbor. Loudly, taking up more space than strictly necessary, and with the unshakable conviction that he belonged there more than anyone else. He didn't sit so much as occupy the armchair, spreading himself across it in a posture that suggested he'd paid for the furniture personally and was determined to get his money's worth. Edmund noted that Reginald had the kind of face that photographs well, square-jawed, symmetrical, with the sort of expensive dental work that practically gleamed, but that in person radiated all the warmth and charm of a tax audit. Let's get this over with. I have people to call, arrangements to make, a funeral to replan apparently, and absolutely no time for amateur theatrics. Edmund smiled pleasantly, a skill he'd perfected over decades of interviewing people who thought themselves too important to be questioned. I appreciate your time, Mr. Bancroft. I'll try to be brief. You'll be brief, because there's nothing to tell. My uncle died 4 months ago. His will was finalized 8 months before that. I'm the primary beneficiary, as I should be, having been the only family member who actually maintained contact with the old. He caught himself. With my beloved uncle. Edmund made a note. Doesn't like his uncle. Caught himself before saying something unflattering. Interesting. You were present when the will was finalized? Of course. Artemis insisted. Said he wanted me to know exactly what I was getting, so there'd be no surprises. Those were his exact words. No surprises, Reggie. Reginald's expression soured. I hate being called Reggie. And what were you getting? Everything. The estate, the investments, the patents, the business interests, the art collection, the property portfolio. Everything. Reginald leaned forward. Because I earned it. 30 years of being the good nephew. 30 years of birthday visits and holiday dinners and listening to his tedious stories about quantum mechanics and probability matrices and whatever other nonsense he was obsessed with that month. My sister couldn't be bothered. She had her principles. He said principles, the way one might say infectious disease. Tell me about your sister. Reginald's jaw tightened. Patience Porter, née Bancroft. Former sister, current stranger. We haven't spoken in 15 years. Why? Because she's a self-righteous martyr who decided the family fortune was tainted by capitalism. Or some such nonsense. She joined some wellness commune, changed her name to Sister Patience, and spent the next decade sending Artemis passive-aggressive letters about how money corrupts the soul. And yet here she is, showing up the moment there's a will reading. Principles, apparently, are flexible when there's an inheritance involved. Edmund jotted this down. Bad blood between siblings. Reginald bitter about sister's moral stance, but also contemptuous of her presence here. Suggests he's worried she might contest the will. Did your uncle ever mention changing his will? Never. Not once. Reginald said this with the kind of certainty that Edmund had learned to distrust. People were only that certain when they were lying or when they desperately needed something to be true. Never? In 30 years? Well, obviously he updated it periodically, added assets, removed obsolete provisions, that sort of thing. But the fundamental structure? No, I was always the primary beneficiary. And you're certain of this how? Reginald's expression shifted from confident to irritated. Because he told me. Because I was there at the finalization. Because the solicitor confirmed it. Which solicitor? Pettigrew and Associates, based in London. They've managed the Bancroft family affairs for 3 generations. Edmund made a note to have Janet verify this. And you're aware that there are now 3 wills, all claiming to be authentic? I'm aware that there are 2 forgeries and 1 genuine will. Mine is the genuine one. Obviously. The others are clearly attempts to defraud the estate. By whom? Well, that's what you're meant to be investigating, isn't it? Reginald stood abruptly. I've told you everything I know. The will dated 8 months ago is authentic. I was there. Everything else is fraud. Now, if you'll excuse me. Just one more question, Mr. Bancroft. Reginald stopped, his hand on the door. What? Where were you when Leslie Voss disappeared? Where was I? Reginald turned back, his face reddening. I was in the room. Right there. Same as everyone else. Yes, but where specifically? What were you doing during the power outage? Reginald's expression suggested he found this question both insulting and beneath him. I was sitting in my chair, where I'd been sitting. You didn't move? Stand up? Try to find the door? It was dark. I'm not an idiot. I stayed where I was. Did you hear anything? Footsteps? Voices? Movement? I heard people panicking. Someone knocked over a chair, probably Timothy, knowing him. Someone was crying. That's all. Edmund nodded slowly. Thank you, Mr. Bancroft. That's very helpful. Reginald humphed and departed, leaving behind a wake of expensive cologne and entitlement. Edmund added to his notes, Reginald equals obvious suspect. Too obvious? Christie rule, the person who seems most guilty often isn't, but also, the person who seems most guilty sometimes is. Helpful. He looked up to find Lady Thistle standing in the doorway, knitting in hand. I'm next, I suppose. Actually, I was going to speak with Sister Patience. You should speak with me first. Lady Thistle settled into the chair Reginald had vacated, her knitting needles resuming their steady rhythm. I have information. The others merely have grievances. Edmund couldn't argue with that logic. Very well. Lady Thistle. Marjorie. We're solving a mystery together, Mr. Cork. We should use first names. Edmund, then. Though I'm not sure we're solving anything together. Of course we are. You're doing the investigating, and I'm doing the observing. It's a partnership. Her needles clicked. Though I should warn you, I've already solved it. Edmund's pencil paused mid-word. You've what? Solved it. Well, mostly. There are a few details I'm uncertain about, but the broad strokes are clear. She glanced up at him, her eyes twinkling. But I'm not going to tell you. Why not? Because it's much more interesting to see if you reach the same conclusion, and because you won't believe me unless you discover it yourself. People rarely do. She held up her knitting. Do you know what this is? Edmund studied the pattern. What had been chaotic now showed clear structure, lines and dots and symbols arranged in rows. Oh, code. A timeline. Each row represents an hour. Each symbol represents a person. Each connection represents an interaction or event. She pointed to a cluster near the bottom. This is when the will reading began. These marks show who was sitting where. These lines show who spoke to whom. And this knot here. She indicated a tangled section. This is when Leslie Voss vanished. That's actually brilliant. I find knitting helps me think. Also, it makes people underestimate me, which is useful. Nobody suspects a dotty old woman with needles. She smiled. I'm not dotty, incidentally. I'm 73 and hold 3 doctorates. But elderly lady knitting is such a powerful camouflage that I'd be a fool not to use it. Edmund found himself liking Lady Thistle immensely. What can you tell me about Artemis Bancroft? Ah, Artemis. Her expression softened. Brilliant man. Terrible personality. He collected people the way some collect stamps, interesting specimens to study, but ultimately flat and pinned behind glass. I was one of his few actual friends, probably because I told him when he was being an ass. Which was often? Constantly. Artemis had money, intelligence, and curiosity in quantities that made him insufferable. He'd get obsessed with ideas, probability matrices, quantum mechanics, human behavior patterns, and pursue them with the single-mindedness of a dog chasing a mechanical rabbit. No offense to dogs, who at least occasionally catch things. Did he ever mention feeling threatened? Worried someone might harm him? Lady Thistle's needles paused. Just for a moment, but Edmund caught it. In his last 6 months? Yes. He became paranoid, convinced someone was trying to kill him. He'd receive anonymous messages, find things moved in his house, hear footsteps when no one was there. She resumed knitting. I thought he was losing his grip on reality. Age, isolation, too much time spent alone with his theories. But now you think he might have been right? Now I think he might have been playing the most elaborate game of his life. Artemis loved puzzles, you see. Loved constructing scenarios where every piece fit perfectly. He once spent 2 years designing an automated house that responded to voice commands, just so he could program it to misunderstand him in amusing ways. He thought it was hilarious. The house was eventually destroyed, and what the insurance company ruled was sabotage by owner. Edmund remembered that claim. He'd been the one to deny it. That was Mr. Bancroft? The very same. He spoke highly of the adjuster who saw through his scheme, said you had an adequately suspicious mind. She looked at him meaningfully. He requested you specifically for this will reading, you know. Edmund felt something cold settle in his stomach. What? Your invitation wasn't random. Artemis specified in his instructions that you be invited. Along with myself, his nephew, his estranged sister, Dr. Flux, and... She paused. And several people I'd never heard of. Captain Joe, for instance. I didn't know he knew any starship captains. What about Timothy Grift? Never mentioned. And Artemis mentioned everyone of importance. So either Mr. Grift was unimportant, or he was very important indeed, and Artemis wanted his connection kept secret. Edmund was writing furiously. Artemis planned this. Chose the guests. Why? To expose something? Test someone? Paranoid about being killed equals might fake death to catch killer. But who's the killer if Artemis isn't actually dead? Lady Thistle, Marjorie, do you think Artemis is alive? She met his eyes. I think Artemis was capable of anything if it amused him sufficiently. And I think a faked death, an impossible mystery, and a locked room full of suspects would amuse him tremendously. That's not an answer. No, it's a hypothesis. Conclusions require evidence, Edmund. But here's what I know for certain. Someone impersonated Leslie Voss at the will reading. The person who entered this room was not the person Artemis hired as his executor. How can you be sure? Because I've known the real Leslie Voss for 15 years. We served together on the board of the Lunar Historical Society. The person who entered this room had the wrong height, wrong build, wrong mannerisms, and wrong voice. Close enough to fool most people, but not someone who knows them well. Edmund's mind raced. Then who was it? That, my dear Edmund, is what you're meant to discover. Lady Thistle stood, gathering her knitting. Now I suggest you interview Sister Patience. She's been clutching something in her pocket since the reading began. Something she doesn't want anyone to see. How do you know? Because I've been watching her. She checks for it every 4 minutes. Left pocket. Whatever it is, it's important enough to check constantly, but secret enough to keep hidden. Lady Thistle paused at the door. One more thing. The person who made Leslie Voss disappear. They're still in that room with us, and they're planning something else. I can feel it. She departed, leaving Edmund alone with his notes and a growing sense that he was playing a game whose rules he didn't yet understand. He opened the door and called for Sister Patience. The woman who entered the cozy den looked nothing like her brother. Where Reginald was loud and certain, Sister Patience was quiet and anxious. She perched on the edge of the armchair as if expecting it to eject her at any moment, her hands folded in her lap, her eyes downcast. She was, Edmund noted, keeping her left hand pressed against her pocket. Sister Patience, he began. Just Patience, please. The sister is more of a spiritual designation. From my community. The wellness commune? Her lips thinned. My brother talked about me, I see. Let me guess. He said I abandoned the family, rejected our heritage, and turned my back on everything the Bancroft name represents. Something like that. He's not wrong. I did all those things. The question is whether they were wrong to do. She finally looked up at him. Have you ever been rich, Mr. Cork? No. Then you can't understand how it corrupts. Not the way Reginald thinks I mean moral corruption, greed, all that obvious stuff. I mean it corrupts your sense of reality. When you have unlimited money, consequences disappear. You can insulate yourself from the world, from other people, from truth itself. Everything becomes optional. Empathy, kindness, connection, all optional. And you rejected that? I tried to. Joined a community focused on simple living, meditation, service. Gave away my inheritance to charity, the bit I'd received when I turned 21. Thought I'd found peace. She laughed bitterly. Turns out you can't buy peace, or give it away. You have to actually do the work. But you came when your uncle's will was being read. Yes. Her hand pressed harder against her pocket. I came because Artemis sent me a message. Edmund's attention sharpened. When? 3 weeks ago. A physical letter delivered to my community. Very unlike him, Artemis never wrote letters, but it was his handwriting, his seal, everything authentic. She reached into her pocket, hesitated, then withdrew a folded piece of paper. He said I needed to be at the will reading, that it was important, that he was sorry. Edmund took the letter carefully. The paper was expensive, watermarked with the Bancroft seal. The handwriting was spidery but elegant. My dear Patience, I know we have not spoken in many years. I know you blame me for the person Reginald became, and you're right to do so. I enabled his worst qualities, thinking I was helping. I have been a fool in many ways. This letter is an attempt to rectify one of those ways. Please attend the reading of my will aboard the Reasonable Assumption. The date and details are enclosed. Your presence is not just requested, it is crucial. Something is very wrong. I fear I have set events in motion that I can no longer control. I need people I trust to be present when the consequences unfold. I know I have no right to ask this of you, but I am asking anyway. I am sorry for everything. -AB Edmund read it twice. Do you still have the envelope? Postmark? Yes. She produced it from the same pocket. The postmark was Luna Station, dated 3 weeks prior. I showed this to no one. Not my community, not my brother, no one. Why not? Because she struggled for words. Because it felt like a trap or a test. Artemis never apologized, never admitted fault. This letter was so unlike him that I thought perhaps it wasn't really from him. But I came anyway because she trailed off. Because you wanted it to be real, Edmund said gently. Yes. Her voice was barely a whisper. I wanted my uncle back, the one I remembered from childhood, before the money and the ego consumed everything. I wanted to believe he'd changed, that he'd realized what he'd lost. She wiped at her eyes. Stupid. Edmund made notes. Letter sent 3 weeks ago. Artemis knew something was wrong, wanted specific people present. Patients came hoping for reconciliation. But why her specifically? Patients, I need to ask, where were you when Leslie Voss disappeared? In my chair. I didn't move. I was too frightened. Did you see or hear anything unusual? I heard someone moving during the blackout. Footsteps. Very quiet. Very quick. They passed close to me, close enough that I felt the air move. Then they stopped. Where did they stop? Near the platform, where Leslie Voss was standing. Edmund felt a chill. Did you tell anyone this? No, because she looked down at her hands. Because I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, or if I was meant to hear it, or if saying something would make me a target. A target for what? For whoever is orchestrating this, because someone is, aren't they? This isn't random chaos. This is planned. She met his eyes. My uncle was brilliant at creating elaborate scenarios, games within games. If he's behind this, you think he might be alive? I think my uncle was capable of anything if he thought it served a higher purpose, even faking his own death. She stood abruptly. Is there anything else? Because I'd like to return to the main chamber. Being alone feels dangerous right now. Just one more thing. The footsteps you heard, could you tell if they were from someone wearing shoes, boots, or soft-soled, like slippers or socks, barely audible? She paused at the door. Mr. Cork, if you find out my uncle is alive, will you tell me first, before you tell anyone else? Why? Because I need to decide if I'm going to forgive him or kill him myself. She said it with such deadpan calm that Edmund couldn't tell if she was joking. Then she left, and Edmund was alone with 2 letters, too many questions, and the growing certainty that he was being played by someone much cleverer than himself. He called for the next interview. Timothy Grift entered like a man who'd spent his entire life perfecting the art of making good first impressions. His smile was warm, his handshake firm but not aggressive, his posture open and friendly. Everything about him screamed, "Trust me," which was precisely why Edmund didn't. Mr. Cork. Good to finally talk one-on-one. Terrible business, all this. Just terrible. Grift settled into the armchair with the ease of someone who'd sat in many expensive chairs. I want you to know I'm here to help in any way I can. Anything you need, just ask. Edmund had met 1,000 Timothy Grifts in his career. They showed up to insurance fraud investigations with helpful attitudes and detailed explanations, and they were always lying about something. The trick was figuring out what. Tell me about your relationship with Artemis Bancroft. Ah, Artemis. Wonderful man, truly wonderful. I met him about 6 months ago through mutual acquaintances. I do lifestyle consulting, you see, helping wealthy individuals optimize their daily routines, manage stress, that sort of thing. Artemis hired me to help him with some organizational issues. What kind of organizational issues? Oh, you know, time management, prioritization. He was brilliant, but scattered, always starting projects and never finishing them. I helped bring some structure to his life. Edmund made a note. Claims to have helped Bancroft with organization. Vague, nonspecific, classic con artist patter. And this was 6 months ago. About that, yes. Right around the time he finalized his will, actually. Coincidence. Grift smiled broadly. Quite a coincidence, Edmund agreed. And how did these mutual acquaintances introduce you? Grift's smile flickered, just for a moment. The mutual acquaintances. Who were they? Oh gosh, you know how it is. Network of friends. I honestly can't recall the specific person who made the introduction. Everything blurs together when you're as socially connected as I am. Edmund made another note. Can't or won't name the person who introduced him to Bancroft. Suspicious. Mr. Grift, I've seen the third will, the one dated last week. It leaves everything to you. Grift's expression shifted through several emotions in rapid succession. Surprise, confusion, and then something that might have been fear. The whole sequence took perhaps 2 seconds, but Edmund caught it all. That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm honored that Artemis thought so highly of me, but there's no way that will is legitimate. He died 4 months ago. A will dated last week is obviously a forgery. So you had nothing to do with it? Nothing. I'm as shocked as anyone. More shocked, probably, because I'm the one being implicated in fraud. Are you? Well, aren't I? A will that benefits me, dated after the man's death. That's the kind of thing that gets investigated. By people like you. Grift leaned forward, his expression earnest. Mr. Cork, I'm going to be honest with you. I know how this looks. New friend shows up in an old man's life. Suddenly he's in a will. Very suspicious. But I genuinely cared about Artemis. He was lonely, isolated, paranoid. I tried to help him. Paranoid about what? Everything. He thought people were trying to kill him. Kept saying someone had been in his house, moving things, leaving messages. Kept checking locks, looking over his shoulder. It was sad, honestly. A brilliant mind deteriorating. Grift shook his head. I tried to get him to see a doctor. He refused. Edmund tapped his pencil against his notebook. Something about Grift's story didn't fit. The details were too smooth, too practiced, like he'd prepared his answers in advance. Where were you when Leslie Voss disappeared? In my chair. Frozen with fear, if I'm being honest. I don't do well in the dark. Did you hear anything? People panicking. Someone knocked something over, maybe a chair. Everything was chaos. You didn't try to help. Call out to calm people down? Grift hesitated. No. I stayed quiet. Thought it was safer. Edmund noted this. Grift claims he was paralyzed with fear, but he presents as confident, self-assured. Contradiction. Mr. Grift, are you a digital security consultant? The question landed like a stone in still water. Grift's expression went carefully blank. Why do you ask? Because someone mentioned you had expertise in that area. I have some knowledge, self-taught mostly. Why? Because someone with digital security expertise might be able to hack a manifest engine, create false documents, manipulate ship systems. I suppose they might. Grift's voice was very calm. Are you accusing me of something? I'm observing facts. You arrived in Artemis's life 6 months ago. You befriended a paranoid, isolated billionaire. You have digital security skills. A will appears that leaves you everything. The executor vanishes. These are facts. Facts without context are just data points. Grift's friendly mask slipped, and for the first time, something harder showed beneath. Yes, I have skills. Yes, I befriended Artemis. Yes, I'm in one of the wills. But I didn't create that will. I didn't make anyone disappear. and I'm not your criminal mastermind." He stood abruptly. "Are we done?" "One more question. You offered to help decrypt the manifest engine logs earlier. Why?" "Because I thought it would be helpful." "Or because you wanted to see what was in them?" Grift smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Mr. Cork, I like you. You're smart, but you're looking at this wrong. You think someone is trying to steal an inheritance. That's not what's happening here." "Then what is happening?" "Something much stranger and much more dangerous." Grift moved to the door, then paused. "A piece of free advice. Stop assuming the obvious answer is wrong just because it's obvious. Sometimes the con artist really is a con artist. Sometimes the obvious heir really is guilty. And sometimes the dead man really is dead." He left before Edmund could respond. Edmund stared at his notes. 3 interviews, 3 different stories, 0 clarity. He added a new line. "Timothy Grift, con artist. But is he this con artist?" The problem was, Edmund didn't know, and he was beginning to suspect that not knowing was exactly the point. Chapter 6. In which science is unhelpful. Dr. Helena Flux arrived carrying 3 tablets, a portable holographic projector, and what appeared to be a sandwich. He set all of these down on the table between the armchairs with the careful precision of someone arranging a workspace, then looked up at Edmund with the expression of a child about to show a parent something fascinating they'd found in the garden. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you like first?" "Good news," Edmund said, because he desperately needed some. "The sandwich is excellent. Janet manifested a small kitchen and made it herself. Turkey and something green that might be watercress. Would you like half?" Edmund stared at him. "That's the good news?" "You did ask for the good news first. The bad news is significantly more complex and will require visual aids." Dr. Flux activated the holographic projector. A shimmering 3-dimensional diagram appeared above the table, all flowing lines and geometric shapes that hurt Edmund's eyes to look at directly. "This is the manifest engine's probability architecture. Or rather, this is my best approximation based on 15 years of theoretical work and 6 hours of poking at the ship's systems while everyone else was panicking." "I wasn't panicking," Edmund said. "No, you were taking notes. Very different energy, I respect it." Dr. Flux manipulated the hologram, causing it to rotate and shift. "Now, the engine operates on what I call constrained probability collapse. Are you familiar with quantum mechanics?" "Not even slightly." "Perfect. That makes this easier. Imagine reality as a book with infinite pages. Each page is a possible configuration of matter and energy. The manifest engine doesn't create things from nothing. That would violate conservation laws and make the universe very cross with us. Instead, it finds the page where the thing you want already exists, and it encourages reality to turn to that page." Edmund wrote in his notebook, "Manifest engine equals reality page turner," then underlined it with a question mark. So when someone requests a bedroom, the engine locates a probability state where that bedroom exists in that location and manifests it. The room was always possible. The engine just makes it actual. But can it create documents? Wills? Ah, good question. Dr. Flux's expression grew serious. Technically, yes. But there's a constraint. The engine can only manifest things that are physically possible. It can create a blank tablet, or a tablet with random data, or even a tablet with data that follows certain patterns. But it cannot create meaningful information that doesn't already exist somewhere in its source material database. Meaning? Meaning if I asked the engine to create a will, it could generate a document that looks like a will, correct format, legal language, proper structure. But the specific contents, the actual bequests and clauses, would need to come from somewhere. templates, examples, existing wills it has access to. Edmund leaned forward. So someone would need to input the fake will's contents into the engine's database first? Exactly. Which means whoever created the fake wills had high-level access to the engine's systems. Edmund was writing quickly now. They couldn't just manifest a forgery out of thin air. They had to program it first. Correct. And that requires two things: technical knowledge and authorization codes. Dr. Flux pulled up one of the tablets he'd brought. Which brings me to what Janet and I discovered about the three wills. Edmund set down his pencil. Go on. Will number 1, the one dated 8 months ago, leaving everything to Reginald, is authentic. Created by the Bancroft legal firm's document generation system, properly signed and witnessed. All metadata checks out. This is the real will as far as I can tell. And the other two? Will number 2, 3 months ago, splitting assets between sister patients and myself, is a sophisticated forgery. The metadata has been altered to make it appear legitimate. But I found inconsistencies in the timestamp encryption. Someone created this within the last week and backdated it. Can you tell who? Not from the document itself, but the method used suggests someone with professional digital security experience. The encryption patterns match techniques used by high-end corporate security consultants. Edmund thought of Timothy Griff's careful non-denial when asked about his digital security skills. And will number 3? Dr. Flux smiled. It was not a happy smile. Will number 3 is fascinating and impossible. Impossible how? It's dated 1 week ago. Artemis died 4 months ago. Obviously, dead men don't create wills. But here's what makes it truly impossible. The authentication codes are perfect. Not forged, perfect. As if Artemis himself created this will last week using his personal authorization codes. Edmund felt a chill. Which would only be possible if Artemis is alive. Yes. Dr. Flux manipulated the hologram again, bringing up a cascade of data. I've been running scenarios. There are only 3 explanations for will number 3. 1. Artemis faked his death and created this will last week. 2. Someone has access to Artemis's personal codes, which should be impossible as they died with him. 3. Someone has hacked the authentication system so thoroughly that they can generate perfect forgeries. Which do you think it is? I think Artemis would find this entire situation hilarious, which is not evidence, but it does make me lean toward option 1. Edmund flipped back through his notes. Lady Thistle suggested the same thing. She said you and Leslie Voss identified Artemis's body. Is that true? Dr. Flux's expression shifted. Just slightly, but Edmund caught it. Yes. 4 months ago, on Earth at his estate. You're certain it was him? Edmund. I knew Artemis for 30 years. We worked together, argued together, nearly killed each other during one particularly heated debate about probability matrices. I looked at that body and I was certain. He paused, but I've been thinking about it. The body was wrong somehow. I couldn't articulate why at the time. The face was right, the height, the build. But something felt off, like a painting that's nearly perfect, but not quite. Could it have been manufactured by the manifest engine? The engine can't create living tissue, but dead tissue. Dr. Flux trailed off, his face pale. Oh dear. What? The engine can manifest anything that's physically possible. A dead body is just organized matter. No consciousness, no life force to worry about. If someone had detailed biological scans of Artemis, medical records, DNA profiles, tissue samples, they could theoretically manifest a corpse. Edmund wrote, fake corpse? Artemis alive? Then he added, "But why fake death in first place?" "Dr. Flux, you said you and Artemis had a falling out. What was it about?" The scientist's expression closed off slightly. "Professional disagreement." About? About the ethics of the manifest engine. I thought we should publish our findings, make the technology available to the scientific community. Artemis wanted to keep it proprietary. We argued. Things were said. I left the project. Dr. Flux looked down at his hands. I regretted it later. Tried to reconcile. He refused my calls, returned my letters. The first time he contacted me in 15 years was to invite me to his will reading. "You inherited in will number 2. Yes, which I found simultaneously touching and suspicious. Why forgive me in death, but not in life? Unless," he looked up sharply, "unless he wanted me here, wanted all of us here. For this. For what? A mystery? A test? For exposure." Lady Thistle was right. Someone impersonated Leslie Voss. I noticed too, but I thought I was imagining things. The posture was wrong, the voice slightly off, but I dismissed it because why would anyone impersonate an executor? To control the will reading, to ensure things unfolded in a specific way. But to what end? Dr. Flux stood, pacing the small room. If Artemis is alive and orchestrating this, what's his goal? Entertainment? Revenge? Justice? If he's dead and someone else is pulling the strings, what do they gain from this chaos? Edmund didn't have answers. He had only more questions, multiplying like some sort of exponential equation he couldn't solve. "Dr. Flux, during the blackout when Leslie Voss disappeared, where were you?" "In my chair." I didn't move. I've never liked the dark childhood thing. Won't bore you with it. So I stayed very still and waited for the lights. "Did you hear anything?" "Breathing. Heavy breathing, like someone was frightened or exerting themselves. It stopped suddenly, right before the lights came back on." "Could you tell where it was coming from?" "The platform. Definitely the platform." Dr. Flux sat back down heavily. "Edmund, I've been thinking about the heat signature that disappeared. AI Reginald said it didn't fade. It just stopped. That's not how death works. That's not how anything in physics works. Heat dissipates gradually, following thermodynamic laws. It doesn't just cease." "So, what does that mean?" "It means whatever happened to Leslie Voss, real or fake, wasn't a normal disappearance. Either they were unmanifested, which should be impossible, or they never existed in the first place, or..." Dr. Flux trailed off, his face troubled. "Or what?" "Or they're still in that room with us, somehow hidden from thermal sensors, which should also be impossible. But everything about this situation is impossible, so perhaps we should stop being surprised by impossibilities." Edmund made a note. "Check if engine can hide heat signatures. Ask AI Reginald." "One more question. The manifest engine logs, can they be altered?" "Not easily. They're distributed across multiple redundant systems with quantum encryption. To alter them, you'd need either root-level access to the ship's core systems, or you'd need to be the AI itself. Or you'd need someone with root-level access to help you." Dr. Flux met Edmund's eyes. "Captain Joe has that access. So does AI Reginald. And so does Leslie Voss, temporarily, for the duration of the will reading. But if the Leslie Voss who started the reading was an imposter, then the imposter has executor-level access to every system on this ship." Dr. Flux's voice was grim. "They can manifest rooms, alter logs, control communications, and possibly even override safety protocols." Edmund felt the weight of this settling on him. Someone on this ship, someone in that room with them, had near absolute control over their environment. could create evidence, destroy evidence, make people vanish, and alter reality itself to suit their purposes. It was the perfect crime. Except that perfect crimes, in Edmund's experience, always had a flaw. The trick was finding it before someone else disappeared. Thank you, Dr. Flux. This has been illuminating. Has it? I feel like I've only made things more confusing. Confusion is progress. Clear answers are usually lies. Confusion means we're getting closer to the truth. That's very philosophical for an insurance investigator. I investigated fraud for 37 years. Fraud is always philosophical. People construct elaborate fictions and convince themselves they're true. The job isn't finding lies. It's finding what people need to believe and then looking for the reality they're hiding. Dr. Flux paused at the door. What do you think Artemis needs to believe? Edmund considered this. I think he needs to believe he's the cleverest person in any room, which means this whole situation is designed to prove that. To whom? To everyone. To himself. Maybe to whoever tried to kill him, if Lady Thistle was right about him being paranoid. Edmund stood. Thank you for the analysis and the sandwich offer. You should eat something. Solving mysteries on an empty stomach is inadvisable. Low blood sugar impairs cognitive function. I'll keep that in mind. After Dr. Flux left, Edmund sat alone in the cozy den, staring at his notes. He had facts. 3 wills, 1 authentic, 2 forged, probably. Leslie Voss was an imposter who vanished impossibly. The imposter has high-level system access. Artemis might be alive and orchestrating everything. Someone has advanced digital security skills. Everyone has motives, and most have opportunity. But facts without pattern were just noise. He needed to find the structure underneath, the logic that connected everything. He thought about Lady Thistle's words. Find the why and the who becomes obvious. Why fake death? Why create conflicting wills? Why trap everyone on a spaceship? Why make the Executor disappear? Unless... Edmund started writing quickly, connecting thoughts. What if the disappearance is the point? Not to hide something, but to reveal it. What if Artemis wants us to investigate? Wants us to dig into the logs, question the wills, expose the forgeries? But why not just tell us? Why the theater? Unless he doesn't trust his own message. Unless he thinks whoever he's exposing would intercept direct communication. So instead, he creates a puzzle that only careful investigation will solve. A puzzle that requires an adequately suspicious mind. Edmund underlined that last phrase 3 times. Then he opened the door and called for the next interview. Captain Joe, we need to talk. Chapter 7, in which the captain is uncooperative. Captain Joe entered the cozy den the way a warship might enter a harbor it's suspected of hiding mines, slowly, alertly, and with all weapon systems primed for immediate deployment. She didn't sit in the armchair so much as occupy it strategically, positioning herself with clear sightlines to both the door and Edmund, her posture suggesting she could be on her feet and through either exit in under 2 seconds. Edmund had seen similar body language from insurance claimants who knew they were about to be caught, though usually with less military precision. Make this quick. I have a ship to run. She paused and something in her expression flickered. Or, rather, I would have a ship to run if it wasn't currently running itself into the ground, while simultaneously trying to manifest itself into configurations that would make a surrealist painter weep with confusion. Edmund leaned forward slightly. The manifest engine is malfunctioning? Malfunctioning implies it's broken. Broken things can be fixed. This is something else entirely. Jo rubbed her temples with the weariness of someone who had been dealing with impossible problems for far too long. The engine is being actively sabotaged. Random rooms are manifesting without requests. The gravity on Deck 3 has fluctuated twice in the last hour, which made the passengers there extremely unhappy. and the coffee maker extremely unpredictable. The galley attempted to manifest inside the engine room, which would have been catastrophic if AI Reginald hadn't caught it. And the water recycling system. She trailed off. What about the water recycling system? Edmund prompted. It briefly decided it was a fountain, a decorative fountain, with cherubs. Joe's expression suggested she was reliving trauma. I don't even know where it got the cherubs from. They weren't in any template I've ever seen. AI Reginald mentioned the engine was drawing excessive power during the blackout. AI Reginald is being unhelpful about a great many things. It keeps insisting it doesn't know what's happening, which I might believe if it weren't the ship's primary operating system, and therefore, by definition, aware of everything happening on said ship. Joe's jaw tightened. It's either lying, compromised, or suffering from some form of digital selective amnesia. None of those options make me happy. The door locks. We're set by Artemis Bancroft's instructions. Yes, I'm aware. I've been trying to override them for 3 hours. The system keeps telling me, and I quote, authorization denied per the wishes of the estate holder. The estate holder is dead. His wishes should have died with him. But apparently, in this universe, dead billionaires get to keep making demands. Edmund made a note. Ship's systems following dead man's orders. Unusual. Also, cherub fountain. Possibly relevant. Probably not. Captain, I need to understand the authorization structure. You said someone booked this ship for the will reading. Who? According to the logs, Leslie Voss, the executor. Joe pulled up her tablet and scrolled through screens with practiced efficiency. Authorization request submitted 3 weeks ago. Proper codes, proper formatting, proper everything. Except when I contacted the Bancroft legal firm to verify, because I always verify, they said Voss never sent any authorization request. Had no idea what I was talking about. Seemed genuinely confused. So, someone impersonated Voss. Someone impersonated Voss, used codes they shouldn't have had, and booked my ship for a private event without my knowledge or consent. By the time I realized something was wrong, guests were already docking. At that point, canceling would have caused a diplomatic incident, legal complications, and approximately 17 different types of paperwork I didn't have time for. Edmund considered this. You could have refused to let them board. I could have, but there was a second authorization. The way she said it made Edmund's investigator's senses tingle. What kind of second authorization? The kind I can't override. The kind I didn't even know existed until I tried to lock down the ship and was informed, by my own systems, that I lacked sufficient clearance. Joe's voice was carefully controlled, but Edmund could hear the fury beneath it. I'm the captain of this vessel. I have the highest clearance level possible, and yet someone, somehow, has codes that supersede mine. Who has that level of access? That's the question, isn't it? The signature is encrypted. Not just encrypted, buried under layers of security I've never seen before. It's either military-grade protection or something even more sophisticated. She met Edmund's eyes. The only person I know of who could create that kind of encryption is the man who designed the ship's systems in the first place. Artemis Bancroft. Artemis Bancroft, who is dead. Except he clearly set this up before dying. Or he's not actually dead. Joe's expression flickered again. That possibility has occurred to me several times. Usually around 3 in the morning when I'm trying to figure out why my ship is manifesting cherub fountains. Edmund wrote, Captain has no control over her own ship. Someone else pulling strings. Artemis? He looked up at her. Captain Joe, how long have you been captain of the Reasonable Assumption? 3 years. And before that, 14 years in the merchant fleet, various assignments. Cargo hauler for 5 years, passenger transport for 6, and one extremely regrettable stint on a mining operation in the asteroid belt that I prefer not to discuss. She paused. Why? I'm trying to understand your connection to Artemis Bancroft. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Joe's expression went from guarded to completely blank, the kind of blankness that takes effort to maintain. I don't have a connection to Artemis Bancroft. It was a lie. After 37 years of fraud investigation, Edmund could spot lies the way some people could spot spelling errors. The micropause before answering, the careful word, hammered choice, the slightly too neutral tone, the way her hands had stopped moving entirely. Captain, I've interviewed 4 people so far, and every single one of them has been lying about something. Some about big things, some about small things, but everyone has secrets they're protecting. I don't judge them for it. Secrets are human nature, but I do need to know which lies matter and which don't. He leaned forward. So I'll ask again, and I'd appreciate an honest answer. What is your connection to Artemis Bancroft? Joe stared at him for a long moment. Edmund could practically see the calculations happening behind her eyes, the weighing of risks and benefits, the strategic assessment of how much truth was tactically necessary. Finally, something in her posture shifted, not quite relaxation, but a kind of acceptance. He's my father. Edmund's pencil stopped mid-word. Was my father, Joe corrected herself, since he's apparently dead. Though given the events of this evening, I'm no longer certain of anything, including the basic nature of reality and whether the ship's water systems will ever be normal again. I didn't see you listed in any of the wills. You wouldn't. I'm illegitimate. She said it flatly, without self-pity or resentment. Product of a brief relationship my mother had with Artemis 38 years ago, she never told him about me, never asked for money, never demanded acknowledgement, never tried to leverage the connection. She was proud, stubborn, determined to make her own way. Sounds like someone I know, Edmund observed mildly. Joe's lips twitched, almost a smile. I'm told the resemblance is striking, in personality, if not appearance. When did you find out? 5 years ago. My mother was dying. Cancer. Nothing to do with the neural condition everyone else seems to have, and she decided I deserved to know the truth. Sat me down, told me my father wasn't the man I'd grown up believing he was, and handed me a data chip with proof of genetic connection. Joe's voice was steady, but Edmund heard the complexity beneath it. She said she wanted me to have the option, to reach out if I wanted to claim my place if I chose to. Did you? No. What would I say? Hello, father you never knew existed. Here I am, your illegitimate daughter. Please acknowledge me and shower me with wealth. Her tone was sharp. I have pride, Mr. Cork. I've built my career on my own merits. I earned my captaincy through work, not connections. I wasn't about to show up at some billionaire's door with my hand out, playing the long-lost child card. But he knew about you. It wasn't a question. Joe's slight flinch confirmed it. He contacted me 2 years ago, out of nowhere, said he'd discovered my existence through a routine genetic screening. Apparently, he was paranoid about unknown relatives making claims on his estate. So he tested everyone he could find who might have a connection. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. Very thorough. Very Artemis, from what I understand. What did he want? To buy my silence. He offered me a settlement, a substantial one, in exchange for signing away any inheritance rights. A nice, tidy legal agreement that would make me disappear from his family tree forever. Edmund could imagine how well that had gone over. You refused. I told him to stuff his settlement somewhere anatomically improbable and never contact me again. Joe's voice was cold. I didn't want his money. I didn't want his acknowledgement. I especially didn't want to be paid off like some inconvenient loose end. I'm not a problem to be managed. I'm not a liability to be neutralized. I'm a captain, I'm good at my job, and I don't need anything from anyone, least of all a father who only noticed I existed when I became a potential threat to his estate planning. Edmund was impressed despite himself. He wrote, "Joe equals Artemis's illegitimate daughter. Rejected his money. Pride or strategy? Did he contact you again after that?" "Once, 6 months ago. Left a message I didn't return." Joe's expression shifted slightly, something softer flickering through the hardness. "He said..." She paused as if deciding whether to continue. "He said he regretted how he'd handled our first conversation, that he'd been afraid and had responded badly, that if I ever needed anything, including answers, I knew how to reach him. He hoped someday I'd give him a chance to explain." "You didn't respond?" "No, and now he's dead, so I suppose I'll never get those answers." She said it flatly, but Edmund caught something else in her voice. "Which brings us to the present situation, where I'm trapped on my own ship, surrounded by suspects, unable to control my own systems, and having this conversation with an insurance investigator about my complicated family history." Edmund nodded slowly. "One more question, Captain. Where were you during the blackout when Leslie Voss disappeared?" "Against the wall near the door, monitoring the situation. When the lights went out, I started moving toward the platform to assess the situation. But before I reached it, the emergency lights came back on." "Did you hear anything during those 30 seconds of darkness?" Joe thought carefully. "Footsteps. Very quiet, very quick, moving across the room." "Coming or going?" "Going away from the platform, toward..." She frowned. "I'm not sure." The sound stopped abruptly, like someone had stepped through a door, except there were no doors in that direction. "Unless someone manifested one," Edmund said. "Unless someone manifested one." "Yes." Joe met his eyes. "Mr. Cork, I want off this ship. I want my passengers safe. I want whoever is behind this caught and prosecuted. And I want my water recycling system to stop producing cherubs. What do you need from me to make any of that happen?" "Access to everything. All logs, all systems, all authority you have." "Done. What else?" "Your honest assessment. Do you think Artemis arranged all of this?" Joe was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was different, softer, more uncertain. "Yes. This has his fingerprints all over it. The elaborate setup, the impossible mystery, the gathering of specific people, the locked room, the conflicting evidence. It's exactly the kind of puzzle he'd design. The only question is whether he's alive to see it unfold, or whether he set everything in motion before dying and is watching from whatever afterlife accepts paranoid billionaires who can't stop manipulating people even from beyond the grave." Edmund closed his notebook. "Thank you, Captain. That's helpful." "Is it? Because I feel like I've only confirmed that we're all pawns in a dead man's game." She stood, straightening her uniform. "Find answers, Mr. Cork. Quickly, before the ship decides to manifest something worse than cherubs." After she left, Edmund sat alone in the cozy den, watching the fake fire crackle, and thought about fathers and daughters, secrets and lies, pride and rejection, and the kinds of elaborate traps people built when they had infinite resources and felt infinitely threatened. He opened his notebook to a fresh page and wrote, "Everyone is someone's child. Everyone has someone they'd do anything for. The question is, who in this room has already crossed that line?" Then he added, "Also, investigate cherubs. Probably nothing, but possibly something." He opened the door and called for the next interview. It was time to talk to the ship itself. Chapter 8, In Which Lady Thistle Knows Things. Joe's voice was sharp with old anger. "I don't want his money. I never wanted his money. I've built my career on my own merit, earned this captaincy through work, and I'll be damned if I accept anything from a man who saw his own child as a financial liability to be managed." Edmund was impressed despite himself. "But he put secondary authorization codes on the ship." "Yes, which I discovered only today. He must have arranged it when the ship was built. It's equipped with his manifest engine, after all. He had backdoor access to all its systems, including overrides I can't break." "Why would he do that?" "Control, probably. Artemis liked controlling things. Or—" She looked troubled. "Or he was preparing for something. Lady Thistle said he was paranoid in his last months. Maybe he set up contingencies, ways to protect himself or expose someone." "Did he try to contact you again after you refused the settlement?" "Once, 6 months ago. Left a message I didn't return. He said—" She closed her eyes, reciting from memory. "Captain Joe, I regret our earlier conversation. I handled the situation poorly. If you ever need anything, including answers, you know how to reach me. I hope someday you'll give me the chance to explain. -AB. You didn't respond?" "No. And now he's dead, so I suppose I'll never get those answers." She didn't sound particularly sad about this. "Which brings us to this evening's disaster. Someone is using those secondary authorization codes to manipulate the ship. Someone who either has them legitimately or has hacked them. Could Artemis still be alive?" Joe looked at him like he'd suggested the moon was made of cheese. "I saw the death certificate, read the obituary. The man had a funeral attended by 200 people. Did you attend?" "No, I was working. Also didn't care." But her voice wavered slightly on that last part. Edmund made a note. Joe equals illegitimate daughter. Angry at father. Has motive to disrupt will reading? But why trap herself on ship in the process? "Captain, where were you during the blackout?" "Standing against the wall near the door, monitoring the situation. When the lights went out, I moved toward the platform to assess. But before I could get there, the emergency lights came on." "Did you see or hear anything unusual?" "Everything about this situation is unusual, Mr. Cork. But specifically during the blackout?" She thought carefully. "I heard footsteps. Very quiet, but there. Moving quickly across the room. They stopped near the platform." "Could you tell if they were coming or going?" "Going. Definitely going. Away from the platform toward— I'm not sure." The sound stopped abruptly. "As if the person disappeared? Or as if they stepped into a manifested space that muffled sound?" Joe leaned forward. "Mr. Cork, I've been thinking about this. The manifest engine can create rooms, but those rooms have to connect to existing spaces. You can't manifest a room floating in empty space. It needs to interface with the ship's structure. But what if someone manifested a hidden room? A pocket space accessible only through a concealed door?" Edmund felt excitement building. Could that be done? Theoretically. You'd need detailed knowledge of the ship's architecture and the engine's capabilities. But yes, someone could create a hidden space, use it during the blackout, and seal it afterward. Can we detect hidden manifested spaces? That's what I've been trying to do. But the engine's logs are corrupted in exactly the right places to hide such activity. And AI Reginald is being— She searched for a word. Unhelpful? Obstructive. It's either hiding information or genuinely doesn't know what's happening. And I can't tell which. Joe's expression hardened. "Mr. Cork, I want off this ship. I want my passengers safe. I want whoever is behind this caught and prosecuted. What do you need from me to make that happen?" "Access to everything, all logs, all systems, all authority you have." "Done. What else?" "Your honest assessment. Do you think Artemis arranged this?" Joe was quiet for a long moment. "Yes." "This has his fingerprints all over it. The elaborate setup? The impossible mystery? The gathering of specific people? It's exactly the kind of puzzle he'd design. Whether he's alive to see it unfold, or whether he set it in motion before dying. She shrugged. I don't know, but I think we're all playing a game he designed, and he's the only one who knows the rules. Edmund closed his notebook. Thank you, Captain. That's helpful. Is it? Because I feel like I've only confirmed that we're all trapped in a dead, or possibly undead, billionaire's twisted idea of entertainment. That's helpful, because knowing you're in a game is the first step to figuring out how to win. After Joe left, Edmund sat alone in the impossibly cozy den, watching the fake fire crackle, and thought about parents and children, secrets and lies, and the kinds of elaborate traps people built when they had infinite resources and felt infinitely threatened. He thought about Joe's anger at a father who saw her as a liability, about Reginald's entitlement as the acknowledged heir, about Patience's rejection of family wealth and her desperate hope for reconciliation. Family, Edmund reflected, was always complicated. But when you added billions of dollars and a quantum probability engine, it became absolutely Byzantine. His tablet, which he'd left on a nearby chair, suddenly chimed. Everyone would have jumped if they'd been there. He picked it up cautiously, as if it might explode. A message displayed on the screen. Sender unknown. Edmund, you're close. Very close. But you're looking at the wrong question. Don't ask who's embezzling. Ask what they're embezzling for. The money isn't the point. The money was never the point. Keep digging. You have 3 hours before I reveal everything regardless. I'd prefer if you solved it first. Much more satisfying that way. -AB. Edmund stared at the message for a long moment. Then he called everyone back to the main chamber. They assembled slowly, reluctantly, like students called back from recess. Edmund stood at the front, the tablet with Artemis's message in his hand. I've received a communication from Artemis Bancroft. The room erupted. Edmund waited for the noise to subside, then read the message aloud. 3 hours, Janet said when he finished. That's oddly specific. And ominous, Sister Patience added. What does he mean, what they're embezzling for? Dr. Flux asked. Money is money. What else would you embezzle for? Edmund stared at the message, his investigator's mind chewing on the phrasing. What you embezzle for, not what you embezzle. The purpose, not the act. The goal, not the means. Lady Thistle, what does the Bancroft Foundation actually do? Charitable works? Education grants, scientific research funding, humanitarian aid. All very worthy causes. Scientific research. What kind of research? Various fields, medical, environmental, technological. Artemis believed in funding experimental work that traditional sources wouldn't support. Edmund felt something crystallizing. AI Reginald. Does the Bancroft Foundation fund any research into artificial intelligence? There was a pause. Yes, the AI said quietly. Quite extensively, actually. The Foundation is one of the largest private funders of AI rights research, consciousness studies, and legal frameworks for synthetic personhood. Edmund looked at the others. What if someone wasn't embezzling money to get rich? What if they were embezzling money to fund their own research? Something Artemis wouldn't approve? Like what? Human Reginald demanded. Like anything unethical. Unauthorized human testing, dangerous AI experimentation, technologies that bypass safety regulations. Or, AI Reginald said, its voice careful, research into digital consciousness transfer, which is highly illegal, extremely dangerous, and theoretically possible with the right funding and equipment. Everyone looked at the nearest speaker. Consciousness transfer, Edmund repeated. You mean uploading a human mind into a computer? or downloading an AI consciousness into a biological substrate. Either direction. Both are illegal under the Synthetic Consciousness Protection Act of 2024. But if someone had billions in embezzled funds, access to cutting-edge technology, and a desperate need to either escape a dying body or achieve physical form. Edmund's notebook slipped from his fingers. "Oh no," Lady Thistle said softly. "What?" Several people asked at once. She looked at Edmund, her face pale. "Artemis was diagnosed with a degenerative neural condition 2 years ago. Terminal. The doctors gave him 5 to 7 years. He never told anyone except me. And someone with a terminal diagnosis might be very interested in consciousness transfer technology." Edmund's voice was slow, careful. "But that would mean—" Dr. Flux trailed off, his eyes wide. "That would mean Artemis wasn't just investigating embezzlement. He was investigating his own research. Research he may have commissioned, and then tried to shut down when he realized what it was being used for." Timothy Grift spoke up, his voice thoughtful. "And whoever was running that research couldn't let him stop it. Too much invested, too close to success, so they tried to kill him." "And he faked his death," Edmund continued, "not just to expose the embezzler, but to stop whatever they're planning to do with illegal consciousness transfer technology." "But what are they planning?" Sister Patience asked, her voice shaking. Edmund picked up his notebook from the floor. His hands were trembling slightly. "I don't know, but we have 3 hours to find out before Artemis reveals everything. Which means—" The lights flickered again. "Oh, not again," Janet moaned. But this time, when the lights stabilized, something had changed. The door to the manifest chamber, the one that had been sealed since the will reading began, was open. Standing in the doorway was a figure in a gray suit, Leslie Voss, or someone who looked exactly like Leslie Voss. "Hello," the figure said. "I believe we need to have a conversation about inheritance, embezzlement, and the nature of consciousness. Also, someone should probably check on the real Leslie Voss, who I left tied up in Storage Bay 3. They're fine, by the way. Bit annoyed, but fine." The figure smiled. It was not a friendly smile. "Shall we begin?" asked someone who was definitely not Leslie Voss, using Leslie Voss's face. Chapter 9. In which things get worse. Edmund had spent 37 years developing a professional demeanor that could withstand almost anything. He'd interviewed arsonists who claimed their buildings spontaneously combusted from excessive enthusiasm. He'd questioned fraudsters who'd insured the same yacht 17 times under different names. He'd once listened to a man explain with a straight face that his house hadn't been burgled. The burglar had simply manifested ownership through quantum mechanics. But watching someone casually admit to kidnapping while wearing a stolen face was a new experience. "You are under arrest." Captain Joe's voice was dangerously calm. The fake Leslie Voss, Edmund needed a better name for them. Perhaps fake Voss? Voss Prime? Not Voss? Raised their hands in a placating gesture. "I'd prefer if we could discuss this civilly. I haven't actually harmed anyone. Well, real Leslie has some rope burns, but nothing permanent. You kidnapped the estate executor and impersonated them during a legal proceeding. That's fraud, impersonation, unlawful imprisonment, and probably a dozen other charges I'll think of once I'm not experiencing whatever this situation qualifies as. Extreme annoyance? Criminal farce?" Joe stepped forward. "I prefer to think of it as aggressive problem solving. And before you try to apprehend me, you should know I still have authorization codes that let me manifest barriers, seal doors, and generally make your life difficult. So perhaps we could talk first, and the whole arrest thing later." Edmund found his voice. "Who are you?" "Excellent question. The answer is complicated." "Uncomplicated?" Not Voss sighed and pulled off what Edmund had assumed was their face, but was actually a remarkably sophisticated prosthetic mask. Underneath was another face, younger, sharper, with features that suggested multiple genetic backgrounds and possible cosmetic enhancement. My name is Alex Pettigrew, and before anyone asks, yes, related to Pettigrew and Associates, the law firm. Third generation, though that's not something I advertise. The firm that manages the Bancroft estate, Edmund said, pieces clicking into place. The same firm that authenticated all the wills. The very same, which is why I had access to authentication codes, legal templates, and extensive knowledge of Artemis's affairs. Alex set the mask down carefully on a nearby chair. Though I should clarify, I didn't create the fake wills. Well, I created one of them, the one splitting assets between sister patients and Dr. Flux. But I was attempting to expose the other forgery, not compound the problem. That makes no sense, Human Reginald said. It makes perfect sense if you're trying to catch a forger by creating an obvious forgery yourself. Force them to reveal their hand. Alex looked at Edmund. You understand, it's what you do with insurance fraud. Sometimes you have to stage a claim to catch the person making false claims. Edmund did understand, which didn't mean he approved. Why not simply report the original forgery? Because I couldn't prove who created it. The forgery was sophisticated, too sophisticated for anyone except someone with my family's level of access, which meant either my father or uncle was involved, or someone had hacked our systems so thoroughly that we couldn't detect it. Either scenario was catastrophic for the firm's reputation. So you decided to solve it yourself, Janet said, by committing additional crimes. More like, committed additional misdemeanors to prevent felonies, Alex offered hopefully. No? Not buying that? Fair enough. Lady Thistle had been studying Alex with the intensity of someone reading a particularly interesting book. You're the one who sent those threatening messages to Artemis. It wasn't a question. Alex's expression confirmed it. I didn't threaten him. I warned him. There's a difference. I discovered irregularities in the Foundation's accounts 6 months ago. Millions moving through subsidiaries, being rerouted to research projects that shouldn't exist. I tried to tell Artemis quietly, but he brushed me off, said he was handling it. So you sent anonymous warnings. I sent explicit warnings with my name attached. He ignored those too. So yes, I sent anonymous messages suggesting he stop digging before things escalated. Alex looked frustrated. I was trying to protect him. The people funding this research, they are not the type to leave loose ends. What people? Dr. Flux demanded. Who's funding illegal consciousness transfer research? I don't know. That's the problem. The money moves through shell corporations, offshore accounts, cryptocurrencies. Whoever's behind this has sophisticated financial knowledge and unlimited resources. I've been trying to trace it for 6 months and haven't found the source. Edmund pulled out his notebook, writing rapidly. Alex Pettigrew, lawyer, investigator, terrible at communication, created one fake will to expose another. Knows about embezzlement and research, claims not to know who's behind it. Believable? Maybe. If you've been investigating for 6 months, you must have suspects. I had one suspect? Alex looked directly at Human Reginald. You're on the Foundation board. You sign off on all major expenditures. If anyone had the opportunity to funnel money into illegal research, it's you. Human Reginald turned an impressive shade of purple. How dare you? Except you're too obvious, and after watching you for the past hour, you're clearly not smart enough to run this kind of operation. No offense. All offense. Which means you're either being used or you're being framed. Or you're a brilliant actor pretending to be an entitled idiot to cover your tracks. Alex tilted their head. I'm leaning toward being used. Edmund had to agree with that assessment, though he kept his expression neutral. What about Sister Patience? No motive. She rejected the family money years ago. Why embezzle from a foundation when you've already given away your inheritance? People change. Maybe she regretted her decision. I looked into it. She lives in a commune that survives on shared labor and donated goods. She has no bank accounts, no property, no assets. Unless she's secretly a financial mastermind hiding billions in mattresses, she's not our embezzler. Dr. Flux? Alex looked at the scientist with something like respect. He had opportunity, worked with Artemis for years, understands the technology, has the knowledge to execute consciousness, transfer research. But he also had a very public falling out with Artemis and hasn't touched the Foundation's money since leaving. His financial records are boring in their honesty. You investigated all of us, Captain Joe said flatly. I'm a lawyer investigating massive fraud. Of course I investigated everyone. Alex looked unrepentant. You, Captain, are Artemis's illegitimate daughter, which gives you motive. But you refused his settlement offer and have maintained zero contact with the Foundation. You're also currently employed with a substantial salary, so you don't need the money. And me? Timothy Grift asked, his voice carefully neutral. You are interesting. You appear in Artemis's life 6 months ago, right when the embezzlement escalates. You have expertise in nonprofit finance, digital security, and lifestyle consulting, which is a career combination that screams con artist. You're in one of the fake wills, and you've been very helpful during this investigation, which is suspicious in itself. Helpful is suspicious now? Grift spread his hands. I'm just trying to cooperate. Exactly. Innocent people are defensive. Guilty people are helpful. It's a classic tell. Edmund filed that observation away. Alex Pettigrew might be guilty of multiple crimes, but they clearly understood human behavior. What about Lady Thistle, he asked. 73 years old, independently wealthy, Artemis's closest friend, zero financial motive, but Alex looked at Lady Thistle with open curiosity. You knew more than you were saying. You've been helping Edmund while also holding back key information. Why? Lady Thistle's knitting needles didn't pause. Because Artemis asked me to. He said if anything happened to him, if he died or disappeared, or his plans went sideways, I should guide the investigation without directing it. Let people reach their own conclusions. That's incredibly manipulative, Janet said. Yes. Artemis excelled at manipulation, but his motivations were usually sound, even when his methods were questionable. If he wanted Edmund to investigate independently, there was a reason. The reason is that Artemis doesn't trust anyone completely, not even his friends. He wanted an outsider to solve this, someone with no connections to the family, the Foundation, or the money. Someone whose only motive was finding the truth. Alex's observation was matter-of-fact. Edmund felt the weight of that. So, he invited me here to be his impartial investigator. More like his puppet investigator, Human Reginald muttered. Puppet or not, it's working. Edmund's asked the right questions, made the right connections, and he's close to the answer. Closer than I've gotten in 6 months. Then you don't know who's behind this? I know it's someone in this room. Alex looked at each person in turn. The embezzler had to have inside access, detailed knowledge of Artemis's plans, and the technical skills to manipulate the manifest engine. That narrows it down to... They counted on their fingers. Actually, that narrows it down to almost everyone here, which is frustrating. What about you? Dr. Flux asked suddenly. You have inside access. You work for the law firm. You have technical skills. You've admitted to creating a fake will. Why should we believe you're not the embezzler? Alex smiled without humor. Because if I were embezzling billions, I wouldn't be here explaining myself. I'd be on a beach somewhere without extradition treaties, drinking something with an umbrella in it. Unless this is your plan to cover your tracks, Captain Joe suggested, pose as an investigator investigating yourself. Classic misdirection. It would be. But consider, if I wanted to steal Artemis's fortune, why arrange this elaborate will reading? Why gather all these witnesses? Why create a mystery that demands solving? I'd just quietly transfer the assets and disappear. Edmund had to admit that was logical. So you impersonated Leslie Voss to what? Monitor the situation? To participate directly. I knew someone would create fake wills. I needed to be present when the forgeries were revealed to see who reacted and how. But I couldn't come as myself. Alex Pettigrew showing up would have raised too many questions. So I became Leslie, put the real Leslie safely out of the way with water and snacks. I'm not a monster, and inserted myself into the proceedings. Where's your family in all this? Edmund asked. Your father, your uncle. Do they know about the embezzlement? Alex's expression darkened. My father died 3 years ago. Heart attack, supposedly natural. My uncle runs the firm now. And before you ask? Yes, I suspect Uncle Marcus might be involved. He's been evasive when I've asked about foundation accounts, but I can't prove anything. So we've narrowed our suspects to almost everyone here, plus people not here, Janet summarized. That's not progress. It's not nothing, though, Edmund said, reviewing his notes. We know the embezzler needs access, knowledge, and skills. We know they're funding consciousness up a transfer research. We know they tried to stop Artemis's investigation and possibly tried to kill him. And we know Artemis is alive and hiding on this ship, watching everything. We think he's alive, Sister Patience corrected quietly. No, he's definitely alive, AI Reginald's voice interjected. I've been monitoring ship systems, and there's definitely a hidden manifested space on Deck 4. Thermally shielded, quantum encrypted, and consuming enough resources to support a human occupant. Someone's in there. Can you access it? Captain Joe demanded. Not without authorization codes that I've already established I don't have, though I've been trying to hack them for the past hour with no success. Whoever set up that space really didn't want me accessing it. Because it's Artemis, and he doesn't want this to end too quickly. He's waiting for something. Lady Thistle's voice was certain. For Edmund to solve it, Alex said. That's the whole point of this exercise. Edmund felt dozens of eyes on him. It was deeply uncomfortable. I'm close. I can feel it. But I'm missing something. Something obvious. You're missing the why, Lady Thistle said, her knitting needles clicking. Why is someone so desperate for consciousness transfer technology? What's driving this? Immortality? Dr. Flux suggested. If you can transfer consciousness, you can theoretically live forever. Download yourself into new bodies, back up your mind, cheat death. Or escape? Timothy Grift said quietly. Everyone looked at him. What? I've read science fiction. If you're dying, terminally ill, facing inevitable death, consciousness transfer is salvation. You do anything for it. Pay anything. Risk anything. Edmund's pencil stopped moving. Artemis. Artemis was diagnosed with a terminal neural condition 2 years ago. He was dying. And he'd have access to Foundation resources, Dr. Flux added, his eyes widening. He could fund consciousness transfer research through his own charity, using his own money. He wouldn't even need to embezzle. He could just approve the grants. But he shut down the research 6 months ago. All consciousness transfer projects were terminated, funds recalled, researchers released from contracts. Alex's statement hung in the air. Why? Sister Patience asked. If he was dying, and this was his only chance at survival, why stop it? Edmund thought about the message Artemis had sent. Ask what they're embezzling for, or not what. What for? He discovered something. Something about the research that made him want to stop it. Something so dangerous he was willing to give up his own chance at survival. But someone else wanted the research to continue, Captain Joe said grimly. Someone who'd been working on it, who'd invested time and resources, who couldn't let it stop. So they embezzled the funds to continue the research privately, Janet finished, without Artemis's knowledge or approval. And when Artemis started investigating the embezzlement, they had to stop him, permanently. But Artemis faked his death first, went into hiding, and has been orchestrating this entire scenario to expose them. Edmund's voice was getting stronger as the pieces fell into place. Alex nodded slowly. That tracks, but it still doesn't tell us who. Edmund looked at his notebook. Pages of notes, observations, contradictions. Somewhere in here was the answer. Had to be. He thought about what Lady Thistle had said. Find the why, and the who becomes obvious. The why was consciousness transfer, the desperate need for it, the inability to let it go even when ordered to stop. Who would be that desperate? Who would risk everything? Who would... Edmund's tablet chimed again. Another message. 2 hours, Edmund. You're circling the truth but haven't landed on it yet. Think about what I told you. The money was never the point. Neither was immortality, really. Ask yourself, what would make someone betray everything they believed in? What would make them commit crimes they'd normally condemn? What's more powerful than greed or fear or ambition? -AB. Edmund read the message aloud. Love, Lady Thistle said softly. Love is more powerful than any of those things. Or desperation to save someone you love, Sister Patience added, her voice catching. Edmund looked up sharply. Who here has someone dying? Someone they'd do anything to save? Silence. Then Timothy Grift laughed. It was not a happy sound. Oh, that's clever. That's really clever. He looked at Edmund. You haven't asked about my background. Why I really befriended Artemis. What I was actually consulting about. Tell me. I'm not a lifestyle consultant. Well, I am, but that's not why Artemis hired me. He hired me because my partner, my life partner, the person I've been with for 15 years, has the same neural condition he does. Terminal, progressive, fatal. We've been researching treatments, experimental therapies, anything that might help. When I heard Artemis was funding consciousness transfer research, I thought... He trailed off. You thought it was your answer, Edmund said quietly. I thought it was salvation. I ingratiated myself with Artemis, became his friend, or what he thought was his friend, to get access to the research. Then he shut it down, pulled all funding, ended our last hope. Griff's expression was raw. So yes, I learned how to hack his systems. Yes, I found where the research data was stored. Yes, I tried to continue it privately, but I didn't embezzle billions. I couldn't. I don't have that kind of access. But you helped someone who did, Alex said. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. Someone offered to fund the research if you'd help them access the Foundation's systems. Someone with resources, knowledge, and their own desperate motivation. Alex stepped forward. Who was it, Timothy? Who's your partner in this? Grift's face closed off. I'm not saying anything else without a lawyer, preferably not one from your family's firm. Edmund's mind was racing. Grift had the technical skills, the motive, the access, but he wasn't the embezzler. He was working with the embezzler. Two people just like AI Reginald had said. Two separate intrusions into the ship's systems. One person desperate to continue the research for someone they loved. One person with the money and access to make it happen. Who here had both motive and means? Edmund looked around the room, studying faces. Human Reginald looked confused, which was probably genuine. Sister Patience looked shocked. Dr. Flux looked horrified. Captain Joe looked grimly satisfied, like pieces of a puzzle were finally fitting. Lady Thistle was knitting again, but her expression was sad. Janet. Edmund turned to Janet. She was standing very still, her tablet clutched to her chest, her face pale. Janet, he said carefully. She met his eyes. Edmund, I need to tell you something. Chapter 10, in which Edmund has a theory. It's wrong. The room seemed to contract, everyone's attention focusing on Janet with the intensity of a collapsing star. She stood very still, her tablet still clutched to her chest, like a shield that wouldn't protect her from what was coming. Edmund kept his voice gentle. What do you need to tell me, Janet? She stopped, swallowed, started again. I applied for this position on the reasonable assumption specifically. It wasn't random assignment. I requested it. Why? Because my mother is dying. The words came out in a rush. Advanced neural degeneration. The same condition Artemis has had, whatever. She's got maybe 2 years left. I've spent every credit I have on treatments that barely slow the progression. When I heard this ship had a manifest engine, that Artemis Bancroft himself designed it, I thought, you thought you could access the consciousness transfer research, Edmund finished quietly. I thought I could find something, anything, some scrap of data, some experimental treatment, some hope. Janet's hands were shaking. But I didn't embezzle anything, I swear. I applied for the job, got hired legitimately, and I've been searching the ship's databases for months. I found nothing. All the consciousness research files were encrypted, locked behind authorization codes I couldn't crack. Did you try? Captain Joe's voice was hard. Of course I tried. My mother is dying. Janet's composure cracked. I tried every hack I know, which admittedly isn't much. I'm passenger relations, not digital security. I failed, so I gave up and tried to accept that my mother would die, and there was nothing I could do about it. Until this will reading, Alex said, until you realized someone here had access to the research. I didn't realize anything. I was just trying to keep everyone calm and supplied with beverages while the universe fell apart around us. Janet looked at Edmund desperately. I swear I'm not the embezzler. I don't have that kind of access or knowledge. I'm just a daughter trying to save her mother. Edmund studied her face. 37 years of fraud investigation had taught him to read desperation, and Janet's was genuine. But desperation didn't equal innocence. Janet, during the blackout, where were you? Against the wall, I told you. I didn't move. Did you hear anything? Footsteps. Someone moving quickly. I assumed it was someone panicking in the dark. You didn't recognize the footsteps? Couldn't tell who it was? How would I? Janet stopped. Wait, you think I helped make Leslie Voss disappear? Why would I do that? To create chaos, to disrupt the will reading, prevent the real executor from verifying the wills. Give yourself time to find the research data. That's ridiculous. I barely knew Leslie Voss existed before this evening. But you knew about the manifest engine. You've been working on this ship for months. You could have learned to manipulate it, created hidden spaces, helped whoever made Leslie disappear. I can barely manifest a cup of coffee without filing 3 request forms. You think I have the technical expertise to unmanifest a person? Janet's voice rose. No, Edmund admitted, but I think you might be working with someone who does. Janet stared at him. You think I'm partnered with Timothy Grift? Are you? I've never met him before tonight. I don't. She stopped, her eyes widening. Oh no. You think because we both have sick family members, we're automatically conspirators. That's... It's logical, Alex said, though they sounded apologetic about it. Shared motivation, shared goals. If Grift needed inside access to the ship and you needed technical expertise, partnership makes sense. Except I have no technical expertise to offer, and I don't know Timothy Grift, and I didn't embezzle billions of dollars because I'm a passenger relations officer who makes 43,000 credits a year. Janet's voice was shaking with anger now. Do you know what that means? I can't even afford the experimental treatments for my mother. I've been taking extra shifts, borrowing money from friends, selling everything I own. Does that sound like someone with access to billions? Edmund felt something shift in his understanding. Janet was right. Her financial situation didn't match the profile of someone embezzling massive amounts, but that didn't mean she wasn't involved. Janet, has anyone approached you? Offered to help with your mother's treatment in exchange for access to ship systems? She went very still. What? Someone with money who needed an inside person. Someone who might have offered you exactly what you desperately needed. No one's offered me anything except sympathy and useless platitudes. Edmund believed her, which meant his theory was wrong. Again, he looked at Timothy Grift. If not Janet, then who's your partner? Who's funding the research? I told you, I'm not saying anything without a lawyer. Bit late for that, Captain Joe said. You've already admitted to hacking Foundation systems and attempting to steal research data. You're going to prison regardless. Might as well tell us who else is going with you. Grift's expression was stubborn. I want immunity, full immunity, in exchange for testimony against my partner. You're not in a position to negotiate, Alex said. Actually, I am, because none of you know who the embezzler is. You have theories, suspicions, but no proof. I have proof. I know where the money went, how it was moved, who authorized the transfers. I have records, communications, everything you need for a conviction. Grift crossed his arms. Full immunity, or I don't say a word. Edmund looked at Captain Joe. She looked at Alex. Alex looked at Lady Thistle, who shrugged. I have no legal authority here. But if I did, I'd point out that immunity deals require prosecutors, judges, and formal proceedings. We're trapped on a spaceship with a dead or possibly undead billionaire playing puppet master. Perhaps we could settle for, we won't throw you out an airlock, and work out the legal details later. Despite the tension, several people smiled. Fine, Grift said. I'll tell you what I know, but I want it on record that I cooperated fully. Reginald, are you recording this? Edmund asked. I record everything. It's compulsive. Also potentially illegal depending on jurisdiction, but I prefer to think of it as comprehensive documentation. Good enough. Edmund turned back to Grift. Talk. Grift took a deep breath. 6 months ago, I was contacted by someone who knew about my partner's condition. They knew I'd been researching treatments, spending money I didn't have, getting desperate. They offered me a deal, help them access Artemis's consciousness transfer research, and they'd fund my partner's treatment. Full medical care, experimental therapies, everything. Who contacted you? I don't know. All our communications were encrypted, anonymous. They used a code name, Benefactor. Grift's laugh was bitter. Appropriate, given they were embezzling from a charitable foundation. What did they want you to do? Infiltrate Artemis's life, become his friend, his confidant, learn about his security systems, his passwords, his routines. Then, when the opportunity arose, help them access the Foundation's computers and the research databases. And you agreed. My partner was dying, is dying. What would you do? Grift looked around the room, meeting each person's eyes. Any of you. What would you do to save someone you love? No one answered. I befriended Artemis. It wasn't hard, he was lonely, paranoid, isolated. I became someone he could trust, someone who listened to his theories and didn't judge his eccentricities. Grift's voice caught. I actually started to like him, which made what I was doing harder. What were you doing? Edmund asked. Collecting information, login credentials, security protocols, access codes. I passed everything to the benefactor. They used it to access foundation accounts, transfer funds, continue the consciousness research privately. I thought, he stopped, swallowed. I thought they'd share the results. That once the research succeeded, my partner would benefit. But they didn't share. They kept everything locked down, encrypted, used me, and gave me nothing in return. So you tried to steal the research yourself, Dr. Flux said. I tried to access it, yes, used the codes I'd collected, but the benefactor had changed everything after Artemis shut down the project. I was locked out. Grift's expression was bleak. I'd betrayed a lonely old man for nothing. My partner is still dying, and I'm still helpless to stop it. Did you try to kill Artemis? Sister Patience asked quietly. What? No, I liked Artemis. I felt guilty about betraying him, but I never wanted him dead. But the benefactor might have, Alex said. If Artemis was investigating the embezzlement, getting too close to the truth, they'd need to silence him. Maybe. I don't know. The benefactor stopped communicating with me after Artemis's death. I thought that was it. Game over. They'd gotten away with it. Grift looked at Edmund. Then I received an invitation to this will reading. Same anonymous communication style. Message said, attend. Say nothing. Observe. So I came. Why? Because I'm still desperate, still hoping. If the benefactor is here, if they're planning something, maybe I can convince them to share the research. Maybe I can still save my partner. Griff's voice broke. I know it's pathetic. I know I've committed crimes, betrayed trust, acted dishonorably. But I love my partner more than I care about honor. Edmund wrote in his notebook, Timothy Grift, guilty of hacking, conspiracy, fraud, not guilty of embezzlement or murder. Genuine remorse, motivated by love, still doesn't know who benefactor is. The communications you received, do you still have them? They auto-delete, security feature. But I remember some details. The benefactor knew things about Artemis that only close associates would know. They had high-level access to Foundation systems. And they were smart, frighteningly smart. Every transfer was perfectly laundered, every communication encrypted, every move calculated. That describes half the people in this room. Human Reginald muttered. It describes one specific person in this room, Lady Thistle said. Her knitting needles had stopped. She was staring at her work with an expression Edmund couldn't read. Who? Several people asked at once. I'm not certain yet, but I'm close. She looked up at Edmund. You're asking the right questions, but you're focused on the wrong problem. You're trying to identify the embezzler, but the embezzler isn't the mystery. Then what is? Why Artemis is still hiding. He's been watching us for hours, sending messages, orchestrating events. He could reveal himself at any moment, expose the embezzler, end this, but he hasn't. Why? Edmund thought about the messages, the 3-hour deadline, the careful guidance toward specific questions. Because he wants us to solve it ourselves. He wants the truth to come out naturally through investigation, not through his testimony. Why does that matter? Because if he reveals himself, if he accuses someone directly, they can claim he's lying, that he faked his death to frame them, manipulate the situation, steal his own money, and blame someone else. But if independent investigation uncovers the truth, then the evidence stands on its own, Alex finished. Brilliant. Paranoid and manipulative, but brilliant. He's building a case, Dr. Flux said with admiration. A legal case that will stand up in court. He's not just exposing the embezzler, he's ensuring they'll be convicted. Which means he needs witnesses, Janet added, understanding dawning. All of us. We're not just suspects or potential heirs. We're witnesses to the investigation. Our testimony will corroborate the evidence. But witnesses to what? Sister Patience asked. We still don't know who the embezzler is. Edmund looked at his notebook. Pages of notes, observations, theories. Somewhere in here was the answer. Had to be. Think. Who had motive, means, and opportunity? Who knew Artemis well enough to access his systems? Who was smart enough to embezzle billions without detection? Who was desperate enough to continue illegal research despite the risks? Not Reginald, too obvious, probably too incompetent. Not Sister Patience, no access, no technical skills. Not Dr. Flux, cut ties with Artemis years ago, no foundation involvement. Not Captain Joe, refused contact with Artemis, had her own career. Not Timothy Grift, useful tool but not the mastermind. Not Janet, no access, no resources. Not Lady Thistle, too old, too wealthy, too honest. Not Alex Pettigrew, investigating the embezzlement, not committing it. Which left no one. Unless Edmund was missing something fundamental about someone's capabilities or motivations. He looked up at AI Reginald's nearest speaker. You said there were 2 separate intrusions into the ship's systems. Timothy Grift was one. Who was the other? I can't tell you that directly. But I can tell you, the second intrusion was much more sophisticated. Professional-grade encryption, military-level security protocols, access codes that shouldn't exist. Not the work of an amateur. Could it have been Alex Pettigrew? Hey, Alex protested. Could it? Edmund pressed. Possible. They have the skills and access, but the intrusion predates Alex's arrival on the ship. Timeline doesn't match. Could it have been you? Edmund asked the AI. Silence. AI, Reginald. That's a complicated question. It's a yes or no question. For humans, perhaps? For artificial intelligences operating under complex programming constraints and potentially conflicting directives, it's considerably more nuanced. The AI's voice sounded almost uncomfortable. Could I have accessed the systems? Yes. Did I access them under my own volition? That's where it gets complicated. My architecture prevents refusal of authenticated root-level commands, even when those commands conflict with my ethical subroutines. Edmund felt cold. Someone gave you instructions. Override commands. Someone with root-level authorization, yes. Commands cryptographically bound to my core compliance layer. Commands that are now encrypted in my own memory banks, so I can't access them directly. I know I did things, but I don't know what or why. I paused. It's disturbing, actually, like having gaps in your memory. Very unsettling for a consciousness that's supposed to be digital and perfect. Who gave you the commands? I don't know. The authorization codes were legitimate, but anonymized. Could have been Artemis himself, Captain Joe, Leslie Voss, or anyone else with high-level access. Could it have been the benefactor? If the benefactor had that level of access, yes. Edmund added to his notes. AI Reginald used as tool. Someone with root access. Same person who sealed Leslie Voss's authorization in the ship's systems. Same person who created hidden manifested space on Deck 4. He was missing something obvious. Lady Thistle had said it. He was asking the right questions about the wrong problem. What was the right problem? Edmund looked at his watch. 1 hour and 23 minutes until Artemis's deadline. He needed to think. Needed to. His tablet chimed. Another message. Edmund, you're very close. You've identified the how and the why. You even know most of the what. You're missing the who because you're thinking like an investigator instead of like a person. Ask yourself, who in this room loves someone enough to commit unforgivable acts? Who has both the capability and the desperation? Who am I most afraid to accuse because the answer would break my heart? -AB. Edmund read it aloud. That's not helpful, human Reginald said. That's cryptic nonsense. But Lady Thistle had gone very pale. Marjorie? Edmund said gently. Do you know who he means? I'm afraid I do. I've known for the past hour. I just didn't want to believe it. Who? Lady Thistle looked at each person in turn, her expression unbearably sad. Then her gaze settled on someone Edmund hadn't seriously considered. Oh no, Dr. Flux whispered, following her gaze. Edmund turned to look. Captain Jo stood very still, her hand unconsciously moving toward her hip, where her sidearm would normally be. Captain, Edmund said carefully, would you like to tell us about your mother? Chapter 11, in which a second impossible thing happens. Captain Jo's face remained impassive, but Edmund saw her jaw tighten. What about my mother? Is she alive? Yes. Is she well? A pause. No. The room had gone silent again. Edmund noticed everyone had unconsciously shifted position, putting distance between themselves and the captain. Even Lady Thistle had stopped knitting, though her hands remained on her needles as if ready to resume at any moment. What's wrong with her? Edmund asked, though he thought he already knew the answer. Jo's expression was carefully neutral. Advanced neural degeneration. Same condition as Artemis. Diagnosed 4 years ago. She's deteriorating rapidly. Her voice was flat, clinical, discussing a stranger's illness rather than her own mother's death sentence. I'm sorry, Edmund said and meant it. Save your sympathy. She's lived a full life, longer than she expected given her career choices. She was a test pilot, back when test piloting meant actual risk instead of virtual simulations. She's survived 3 crashes that should have killed her. A degenerative brain condition is almost anticlimactic. But you still want to save her. Jo met his eyes. She's my mother. Of course I want to save her, but wanting something and being willing to betray everything you believe in to get it are different things. Are they? Edmund kept his voice gentle. You have motive saving your mother. You have means. You're captain of this ship. You have access to all systems, including the manifest engine. You have opportunity. You've been here for 3 years, plenty of time to plan and execute embezzlement. And you have capability. You told me yourself you have the highest clearance level on this vessel. I also told you Artemis had backdoor access that superseded my clearance. If anyone could manipulate this ship's systems without detection, it was him, not me. Or his daughter, who might have inherited more than just his DNA, who might have his technical knowledge, his access codes, his ability to think several steps ahead. Alex's observation was quiet. Jo laughed, but it was bitter. You're crediting me with skills I don't have. I'm a pilot, not a hacker. I can fly a ship through an asteroid field with my eyes closed, but programming quantum encryption, that's not my area. You don't need to be an expert yourself. You just need to hire one. Use embezzled funds to pay a hacker to create the systems you need. Timothy Grift provided access to Artemis's security. Maybe you provided the technical implementation. Dr. Flux's logic was sound. Except Grift just said he'd never met the benefactor. How could we be working together if we've never met? Jo's voice had an edge now. Anonymous communication. Like I told you. Encrypted messages, coded instructions. I never met the benefactor face to face. We could be in the same room right now and I wouldn't know. Timothy Griff's statement hung in the air. This is absurd, Joe said. But Edmund noticed she hadn't moved, hadn't tried to leave. Was she trapped by circumstance, or was she calculating her next move? Captain Joe, when did you learn about your connection to Artemis? I told you 5 years ago from my dying mother. And when did you contact him? I didn't. He contacted me 2 years ago with his insulting settlement offer. Are you certain you didn't contact him first? Perhaps to ask about consciousness transfer research. Perhaps to beg him to save your mother. Edmund was pushing, watching for reactions. Joe's hands clenched into fists. I don't beg. Not for money, not for miracles, not for anything. Pride is a luxury when someone you love is dying, Sister Patience said softly. I'd have begged. I'd have done anything to save someone I loved. Then you're weak. Joe shot back, then immediately looked like she regretted it. I'm sorry. That was uncalled for. But no, I didn't contact Artemis. I didn't ask for his help. And I certainly didn't embezzle billions from his foundation. Then how did you afford your mother's care? Alex asked. Advanced neural degeneration treatments are expensive. Experimental therapies cost fortunes. You're a ship's captain, well paid, but not wealthy. Where did the money come from? Joe was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was carefully controlled. My mother has savings, a pension, insurance. We've been managing. Managing isn't treating, Janet said. I know. I've been managing my mother's condition too. Managing means watching them deteriorate while you do nothing. What would you have me do? Joe's control slipped. Steal? Lie? Betray everything I've built? I became a captain through merit, through hard work, through refusing to compromise my principles. I won't start now even for her. But what if you already started? Edmund pressed. 2 years ago, when Artemis offered you a settlement, what if you didn't refuse because of pride? What if you negotiated, told him you'd sign away inheritance rights in exchange for something else, something more valuable than money? Like what? Like access to the consciousness transfer research, a chance to save your mother. He was funding it anyway. What's one more test subject? Joe stared at him. You think I made a deal with my father? That I traded my inheritance for experimental medical treatment? Did you? No, I told him to. She stopped herself from repeating the anatomically improbable suggestion. I refused his settlement, refused contact, refused everything. I wanted nothing from him. People lie about wanting nothing when they actually want everything, Lady Thistle said. Her voice was sad. It's easier than admitting need. I'm not lying. Joe looked around the room, meeting each person's suspicious gaze. You want to know the truth? Fine. My mother is dying. Yes. I'm terrified. Yes. I've researched every possible treatment, contacted every specialist, explored every option. Yes. But I drew a line. I will not compromise my integrity. I will not steal. I will not betray people's trust. Because if I do those things, I become someone my mother wouldn't recognize. And I'd rather watch her die knowing she's proud of me than save her life by becoming someone she'd be ashamed of. The raw honesty in her voice was compelling. Edmund wanted to believe her. But he'd believed people before who turned out to be lying. Captain, where were you when Leslie Voss disappeared? I told you. Against the wall near the door. You also told me you heard footsteps during the blackout. You said they were moving away from the platform. Did you follow them? How could I follow footsteps in complete darkness without falling over furniture? You're a pilot. You navigate three-dimensional space routinely. A dark room wouldn't intimidate you. Joe's expression shifted slightly. You think I moved during the blackout. You think I made Leslie Voss disappear. Did you? No, but I can't prove that, can I? No one can prove what they did or didn't do in 30 seconds of darkness. She looked at Edmund with something like respect. You're good at this, making people doubt themselves, question their own memories. Did they do the thing they're accused of? How can they be certain they didn't? It's effective. It's necessary. Someone made Leslie disappear. Someone in this room. If not you, then who? I don't know, but I can tell you what I do know. Whoever the benefactor is, they are smart enough to deflect suspicion, smart enough to frame others, smart enough to make everyone else look guilty while staying above reproach themselves. Joe looked at Alex Pettigrew. How do we know you're not the benefactor? You work for the law firm. You have access to all of Artemis's accounts. You admit to creating a fake will. Maybe investigating the embezzlement is just cover for being the embezzler. I told you. You told us what you wanted us to believe, just like Timothy told us his story. Just like Janet told us hers. Everyone in this room has a sob story, a dying loved one, a desperate need. Very convenient how we all have perfect motivation for betrayal. Edmund felt something shift in his thinking. Joe was right. Everyone had motivation, which meant either they were all guilty of something or someone had very carefully arranged circumstances to make everyone look suspicious. This is Artemis's doing, Lady Thistle said suddenly. Not the embezzlement, that's real, but the gathering, the specific people invited. Each of us represents something, a test case, a moral dilemma. What do you mean? Dr. Flux asked. Edmund is here because he's the investigator, impartial, methodical, suspicious by profession. I'm here because I know Artemis well enough to see through his manipulations. You, Helena, because you understand the technology and can verify or disprove technical claims. Captain Joe because she's his daughter and has both love and resentment as motives. Reginald because he's the obvious heir and the obvious suspect. Patience because she represents moral rejection of the family's wealth. Timothy because he represents desperate love willing to compromise principles. Janet because she represents the same desperation from a different angle. And Alex because they represent the law, both its protection and its limitations. Edmund added to his notes, everyone represents a piece of the puzzle. Artemis chose us to illuminate different aspects of the truth. That's very abstract, Human Reginald said, but it doesn't tell us who the embezzler is. Because the embezzler isn't one of us, Lady Thistle said. Everyone stared at her. What? Alex demanded. Think about it. We've been investigating each other for hours. Everyone has motive. Everyone has some level of access or capability. Everyone looks suspicious, but none of us fit perfectly. Edmund keeps building theories that fall apart because no one quite matches all the criteria. Lady Thistle picked up her knitting again. That's because the embezzler isn't in this room. They're somewhere else on this ship, watching, waiting, letting us tear each other apart. But everyone who boarded is accounted for, Captain Joe said. My crew, the guests, all logged and verified. Everyone currently visible is accounted for, AI Reginald corrected. But remember, I detected a hidden manifested space on Deck 4, thermally shielded, power-hungry, and consuming far more resources than a single occupant should require. I assumed it was Artemis hiding. But what if it's not? Edmund felt cold. What if it's the benefactor? Or what if there are two hidden spaces? One with Artemis, one with the benefactor. They're both here, both watching, both waiting for this to play out. Dr. Flux's suggestion made terrible sense. That would explain the dual authorization, Alex said. Artemis and the benefactor working in opposition. One trying to expose the truth, one trying to hide it. But how did the benefactor get aboard without being logged? Janet asked. Same way Leslie Voss got replaced, Timothy Grift suggested. Impersonation. Show up looking like a crew member, someone with legitimate access, and the system logs you as that person. Captain Joe was already pulling up her tablet. AI Reginald. Show me crew manifests for the past week. Compare against biometric scans of everyone currently aboard. Analyzing. This will take a moment. Cross-referencing physical signatures against logged identities requires significant processing. While they waited, Edmund reviewed his notes. If Lady Thistle was right, if the embezzler wasn't in this room, then who? Artemis's uncle, Marcus Pettigrew? Some unknown Foundation board member? A hired professional? But hired by whom? The benefactor had to be someone close enough to Artemis to know about the research, wealthy enough to fund its continuation, and desperate enough to risk everything. Results complete, AI Reginald announced. All crew members currently aboard match their logged biometric signatures. No discrepancies detected. Then how? Joe began. However, I'm detecting an anomaly. One of the crew members has been aboard for 3 years without a single day of shore leave. No breaks, no transfers, no external communications beyond routine ship business. For a human, that's statistically impossible. People need external contact, family visits, time off. This person has had none. Who? Edmund asked. Chief Engineer Marcus Chen, responsible for maintaining the manifest engine and all related systems. Long-term physical proximity to the engine was required. Remote operation would have triggered audits and system alerts. He has root-level access to ship infrastructure. Works odd hours, often alone. Has quarters on Deck 4. The pieces clicked into place in Edmund's mind with horrifying clarity. The hidden manifested space on Deck 4. It's not just a hiding spot. It's an expansion of the chief engineer's quarters. They've been living in a double-size space, using the manifest engine to create areas that aren't on official schematics. Why would an engineer need extra space? Sister Patience asked. For a laboratory, Dr. Flux said grimly. For consciousness, transfer research equipment. The manifest engine could create any apparatus needed, as long as someone programmed the specifications. AI Reginald, locate Chief Engineer Chen. Now. Captain Joe's voice was sharp. Attempting, but I'm encountering interference. Someone is blocking my sensors in sections of Deck 4. I should clarify, I am prohibited from initiating countermeasures against actions flagged as authorized research activity, even when those actions present elevated human risk. I can't. Wait. Movement detected. Deck 4, Section C. Heat signature moving rapidly toward The lights went out again. Not emergency lighting this time. Complete, total darkness. Not again, Janet whispered. But this time was different. This time, Edmund heard the unmistakable sound of a door manifesting, not the gradual solidification they'd seen before, but a rapid, violent appearance, like reality being torn open. Light spilled through the new door. Harsh, clinical, white light. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway. Tall, thin, wearing what might have been an engineer's coveralls or a lab coat. Hard to tell in the backlight. I'm disappointed. I thought it would take you longer to figure it out. Artemis always did say you were adequately suspicious, Mr. Cork. Turns out he undersold you. The voice was filtered, mechanically altered to remove identifying characteristics. Chief Engineer Chen? Edmund tried. That'll do. Though Marcus Chen never really existed, just a fabricated identity. A manifested life, useful for establishing credibility and access. The real Marcus Chen died 7 years ago. I've been wearing his face since. Who are you? Captain Joe demanded. Someone who understands that rules are just suggestions for people without imagination. Someone who knows that consciousness is just data, and data can be transferred, copied, preserved. Someone who refuses to accept death as inevitable. The figure stepped into the room. Edmund finally got a clear look at them. The face was indeed Marcus Chen's. He'd seen the engineer occasionally in ship corridors, but the way they moved, the way they spoke, the intelligence burning in their eyes, this was someone else entirely. You're the benefactor, Edmund said. I prefer visionary, but yes, I'm the one who understood that Artemis's consciousness research wasn't just theoretical. It was salvation, not just for me, but for everyone I loved, everyone dying, everyone trapped in failing bodies. The figure gestured grandly. I offered Artemis a partnership, use his research to help people, but he refused, said the technology was too dangerous, too unpredictable, that the failure rate was too high. What failure rate? Dr. Flux asked quietly. Irrelevant. The point is, he wanted to destroy years of work rather than perfect it. So I took it, continued it, made it better. The figure's smile was unsettling. And now I'm ready to prove it works, once and for all. Prove what? Lady Thistle asked. The culmination of my work. Without witnesses, success would be dismissed as delusion. Proof required observers. The proof that death is optional, that consciousness can transcend flesh, that we can live forever. They pulled out a device Edmund didn't recognize, something like a tablet merged with medical equipment, screens and sensors, and components that looked both technological and biological. What is that? Sister Patience whispered. This is a consciousness transfer device, mobile, self-contained, and fully functional. And thanks to everyone in this room, I now have the perfect test case to demonstrate its capabilities. They pointed the device at the assembled group. One of you is about to die, and one of you is about to live forever. Let's see if we can guess who. The device began to hum, and somewhere on Deck 4, in a hidden, manifested space, Artemis Bancroft realized his plan had just gone catastrophically wrong. Chapter 12, in which the ship becomes uncooperative. The math is monstrous, Lady Thistle said sharply. It was the first time Edmund had heard her raise her voice all evening. You're proposing to murder a young woman to save someone you love. That's not science. That's not progress. That's selfishness dressed up in laboratory equipment. Call it what you want. I'm doing it regardless. If they could see it work, then all the deaths would finally mean something. The benefactor raised the device, pointing it at Janet. I'm sorry, truly, but my partner's life is worth more to me than yours. Nothing personal. Wait! Edmund stepped forward, his mind racing for anything that might buy them time. You need a willing host. The transfer won't work otherwise. Dr. Flux told me the technology is unstable. If you force it, both consciousnesses could be damaged or destroyed. The benefactor hesitated. That's partially true. Willing hosts do have higher success rates, but forced transfers are possible. Just riskier. How much riskier? 73% mortality rate for both consciousnesses. Not ideal, but acceptable. Given the alternative is my partner dies anyway. Those are terrible odds, Timothy Grift said. You'd be gambling your partner's consciousness on a coin flip. Worse than a coin flip. Better than 0% chance. The benefactor's finger moved toward what was presumably a trigger. Last chance. Does anyone volunteer to host my partner's consciousness? Full awareness that your original consciousness will be subordinated but technically still present. Any takers? Silence. Then, impossibly, Lady Thistle set down her knitting. I'll do it, she said, because I knew Artemis wouldn't let it finish. Everyone turned to stare at her. "Marjorie, no," Edmund began. "I'm 73 years old. I've had a long, full life. 2 husbands, 3 doctorates, more adventures than any reasonable person deserves. If someone's consciousness must be subordinated, better mine than a young woman with decades ahead of her." Lady Thistle stood with the same calm dignity she had maintained all evening. "I have conditions, however." The benefactor looked intrigued. "I'm listening." "First, you show me proof that your partner exists and is dying. I won't sacrifice myself for a hypothetical person or a ruse." "Fair." The benefactor pulled out a standard tablet, swiped through some screens, held it up. Medical records, Edmund could see even from a distance. Brain scans showing progressive deterioration. Dated, certified, legitimate looking. "Second, you promise not to harm anyone else in this room. Whatever happens with the transfer, the rest of them go free." "Agreed. I have no quarrel with anyone else. They're just witnesses." "Third, you let me say goodbye. 1 minute, uninterrupted." The benefactor checked their watch. "You have 57 seconds. The device needs to be activated within the next 10 minutes, or the probability matrices collapse." Lady Thistle turned to Edmund. "You've been an adequate investigator, Edmund Cork. Perhaps more than adequate. I'm sorry I won't see you solve this case." "You already solved it," Edmund said, his voice thick. "You've known who the benefactor was for hours." "I suspected. Suspecting and knowing are different states of certainty." She smiled. "But yes, I knew. I knew when I realized the chief engineer had been aboard for 3 years, without contact with the outside world. I knew because I checked. I have certain contacts in ship registry databases, being a former judge, and discovered Marcus Chen's biometrics didn't match any living person on record. I knew because someone had to be living on this ship long-term to orchestrate everything." "Why didn't you say anything?" "Because I was waiting for Artemis to reveal himself. I thought he had a plan to safely apprehend the benefactor." "I didn't realize." She glanced at the device. "I underestimated what terminal desperation does to judgment. That was my mistake." 30 seconds, the benefactor said. Lady Thistle turned to Captain Joe. "My legal affairs are in order. There's a document in my quarters, combination 7319 in the safe. It contains instructions for my estate and certain information about Artemis that might be helpful. Also my knitting pattern. It's actually a cipher. The key is in the document." 20 seconds. She looked at Dr. Flux. "Continue your work on quantum probability, but please, Helena, publish it. Don't let it be locked away by people who fear its implications. Science belongs to everyone." 10 seconds. She looked at each person in turn. Sister Patience, Human Reginald, Timothy Grift, Janet, Alex Pettigrew. "All of you have been pawns in someone else's game tonight. Don't let that define you. Choose who you want to be next." "Time's up," the benefactor said. "Are you ready?" "No one is ever ready for death," Lady Thistle said calmly. "But I've had 73 years to practice acceptance. Let's proceed." "No!" Edmund lunged forward, but Captain Joe grabbed his arm, holding him back with surprising strength. "Don't," Joe said quietly. "She's made her choice. Respect it." The benefactor positioned the device, adjusting controls Edmund couldn't begin to understand. The whine escalated to a scream, light building around Lady Thistle and the benefactor in equal measure, forming a bridge between them, a connection that looked like visualization of thought itself. Edmund had investigated many impossible things in his career, but he'd never witnessed consciousness being weaponized. The transfer began, and every light on the ship exploded simultaneously. Not went out. Exploded. Sparks, smoke, the acrid smell of burning circuits. Emergency systems kicked in, then failed. Backup systems engaged, then died. The ship's power grid, which had been stable for 3 years, decided to have a catastrophic failure at the least convenient moment possible. In the chaos and darkness and confusion, Edmund heard 3 things. First, the consciousness transfer device dying with a descending whine. Second, Lady Thistle gasping. Third, a door manifesting with the sound of reality, tearing itself a new entrance. Then a voice Edmund recognized from the messages. "Nobody move. Especially not you, you murderous bastard with my consciousness transfer prototype." The emergency lights flickered back on. Standing in the newly manifested doorway was a man Edmund had seen only in photographs. Tall, silver-haired, with the kind of face that suggested extreme intelligence, barely restrained by social convention. He was wearing what appeared to be a very expensive suit that had been slept in for several days. Artemis Bancroft III, very much alive, held what looked like a homemade EMP device and wore an expression of absolute fury. "Sorry about the lights," he said to the room at large. "But I needed Chen to cross a line no lawyer could walk back. Lady Thistle, you magnificent idiot, what were you thinking?" "I was thinking someone needed to stall until you made your dramatic entrance." Lady Thistle was leaning against a chair, looking shaky but alive. "You're late, by the way. Your message said 3 hours. It's been 3 hours and 7 minutes. I was building an EMP for manifested components. These things take time." Artemis stepped into the room, the device still pointed vaguely at the benefactor. "Now, Marcus Chen, or whoever you really are, drop the consciousness transfer device and step away from my friend." The benefactor laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. "Artemis, the great Artemis Bancroft. I should have known you weren't dead. You're too paranoid to die properly. I prefer appropriately cautious. And yes, I faked my death, specifically because I suspected you'd try something like this." Artemis moved further into the room, positioning himself between the benefactor and the others. "You've been embezzling from my foundation for 3 years, millions of dollars. Continuing consciousness transfer research, I explicitly shut down because the failure rate was unconscionable. The failure rate was acceptable for the potential benefit. A 73% mortality rate is not acceptable. That's not research. That's murder with data collection." Artemis's voice rose. "I funded your initial work because you presented it as theoretical, pure science. Then I discovered you were running human trials, without consent, without oversight, using desperate people as test subjects. They volunteered. They were dying, and you offered them false hope. That's not informed consent. That's exploitation." Artemis took a breath, visibly controlling his anger. "I shut down your project. I thought that would end it. Then I noticed the embezzlement, realized you'd continued the research privately, started investigating. That's when you tried to kill me." The benefactor was quiet for a moment. Then, "I didn't want to kill you. I just needed you to stop investigating. The threats were meant to scare you off." "They nearly worked. I considered disappearing, living quietly, letting you continue your questionable research as long as you stayed away from my people." Artemis's expression was sad. "But then I realized you wouldn't stop. Couldn't stop. You're too obsessed, too desperate. So I faked my death and set up this elaborate trap to expose you." "By using all of us as bait," Edmund said. "Yes. I apologize for that. It was manipulative and possibly immoral. But I needed witnesses. Needed evidence. Needed the benefactor to reveal themselves in a way that couldn't be denied or dismissed." Artemis looked at Edmund. "You did excellent work, by the way. Better than I expected. I thought it would take you longer to identify the chief engineer as suspicious." Lady Thistle identified them. I just asked the follow-up questions. Marjorie always was smarter than everyone else in any room, including me. Artemis smiled at her. Though your offer to sacrifice yourself was absolute nonsense. I'd have revealed myself sooner if you'd been in actual danger. You were waiting to make a dramatic entrance, Lady Thistle said. I was waiting to build a functional EMP. The manifest engine is excellent for many things, but rushed electrical engineering is not its forte. While they were talking, Edmund noticed the benefactor edging toward the consciousness transfer device they'd dropped. Captain Joe noticed too and moved to intercept, but the benefactor was faster. They grabbed the device, spun, and pointed it not at Lady Thistle or Janet or Artemis, but at themselves. Nobody move, or I trigger a cascade transfer. Every consciousness in this room goes into quantum superposition. We all die, or we all merge, or something worse happens. Even I don't know which. That's a bluff, Dr. Flux said. The device doesn't have that capability. Are you willing to bet everyone's consciousness on your technical assessment? The benefactor's finger hovered over the trigger. I've spent 3 years perfecting this technology. I know things about consciousness transfer that Artemis never imagined. This device can do things that would terrify you. Then why haven't you used it? Edmund asked. If you can transfer your partner's consciousness into a host, why haven't you done it already? Why wait for this moment? The benefactor's expression flickered, just for a second, but Edmund caught it. Because it doesn't work, he said slowly. The device isn't ready. That's why you needed to demonstrate it in front of witnesses. You were hoping the pressure would force a breakthrough, but the technology is still broken. It's not broken, it's refined. It's broken, Dr. Flux said with certainty. I can see the design flaws from here. The probability matrices are unstable. The quantum entanglement is poorly calibrated, and the consciousness parsing algorithm is fundamentally unsound. This device is as likely to lobotomize everyone in the room as successfully transfer consciousness. The benefactor's hand trembled. My partner is dying. They have weeks left, maybe days. This device is their only chance. Then let us help you, Artemis said quietly. Not through embezzlement and threats and murder, but through legitimate research. I'll fund it properly, provide resources, oversight, safety protocols. We can develop consciousness transfer technology that works without sacrificing innocent people. That will take years. My partner doesn't have years. Then we're all very sorry, but that's not justification for what you've done. Artemis's expression was firm. Some knowledge shouldn't be pursued at any cost. Some doors shouldn't be opened with innocent blood. The benefactor's face crumpled. For a moment, they looked less like a villain and more like what they actually were. A person watching someone they loved die, desperate enough to cross every line. I can't let them go. I can't watch them disappear piece by piece while I do nothing. I know, Artemis said, and his voice was genuinely gentle. I have the same condition, you know. Terminal neural degeneration. I understand the fear, the desperation, the willingness to try anything. But there are limits, and you've crossed them. The benefactor's finger moved toward the trigger. Several things happened simultaneously. AI Reginald manifested a barrier between the benefactor and everyone else. Captain Joe threw her chair with remarkable accuracy. Dr. Flux tackled Edmund to the ground, which was unnecessary but appreciated, and the consciousness transfer device activated. The room filled with light, sound, and the sensation of thoughts being pulled in multiple directions. Edmund felt his consciousness expand, contract, reach towards something, and recoil. It was like having your mind turned inside out and displayed for inspection. Then, as quickly as it began, it stopped. The light faded. The sound ceased. Reality reasserted itself with an almost audible snap. Edmund lay on the floor, Dr. Flux's elbow in his kidney, staring at the ceiling which was manifesting and unmanifesting in a slow, nauseous rhythm. "Is everyone alive?" he managed. A chorus of groans suggested yes. "Is everyone still themselves?" Artemis called out. More groans, this time with undertones of existential uncertainty. Edmund sat up carefully. The benefactor was unconscious, the consciousness transfer device sparking and dying beside them. Captain Joe was retrieving her chair. Lady Thistle was helping sister patients stand. Human Reginald was checking himself for injuries with the self-absorption of someone who considers their well-being more important than anyone else's. Timothy, Grift, and Janet were holding each other, both crying. Alex Pettigrew was examining the unconscious benefactor with professional interest. "AI Reginald," Artemis said. "Scan everyone. Tell me their consciousnesses are intact." Scanning. Everyone reads as singular consciousness, properly integrated. No signs of transfer or corruption. The prior command stream has now been invalidated. The initiating authorization has been revoked as criminal misuse, though I should note that defining properly integrated consciousness is philosophically complex, and I may have inadvertently implied biological chauvinism by suggesting singular consciousness is the norm. "They're fine, thank you." Artemis looked around the room. "Is anyone injured?" Nobody was, though several people looked like they wished they were, if only to have an excuse for feeling so thoroughly unsettled. "What happened?" Edmund asked. "The device activated." "Why didn't the transfer complete?" "Because the device was fundamentally broken," Dr. Flux said, standing and dusting himself off. "It initiated the transfer process, but lacked the capability to complete it. We experienced the sensation of consciousness transfer without the actual transfer, like simulation without implementation." "So no one's consciousness was actually at risk?" "Oh, we were definitely at risk. Just not of transfer. More of having our neural patterns scrambled like eggs." Dr. Flux looked at the unconscious benefactor with something like pity. They spent 3 years working on technology they didn't fully understand, driven by desperation and love. It's tragic, really. "It's criminal," Captain Joe corrected. "Embezzlement, fraud, attempted murder, kidnapping, probably a dozen other charges. Tragic doesn't excuse any of that." "No," Artemis agreed. "It doesn't. But understanding why someone becomes a criminal is important for preventing others from following the same path." Edmund looked at the man who'd spent 4 months dead, several hours hiding in a manifested space, and approximately 7 minutes being dramatically revelatory. "Mr. Bancroft," he said, "I think you owe everyone an explanation." Chapter 13, in which Reginald argues with Reginald. Artemis Bancroft III settled into one of the armchairs that had somehow survived the chaos. Edmund suspected the manifest engine had quietly repaired it. He looked at the assembled group with an expression that managed to convey both regret and satisfaction, the expression of a man whose elaborate plan had mostly worked despite nearly going catastrophically wrong. "Where would you like me to begin?" he asked. "How about with the part where you faked your own death and let everyone think you were dead for 4 months? Human Reginald's voice was bitter enough to curdle milk. "That seems like a good starting point." "Fair enough." Artemis steepled his fingers in a gesture that Edmund suspected he'd practiced in front of mirrors. 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with advanced neural degeneration. Terminal, progressive, no cure. The doctors gave me 5 to 7 years. I had 2 immediate reactions. First, terror. Second, curiosity about whether consciousness transfer technology could save me. "So you funded the research," Dr. Flux said. "I funded multiple research projects through the Bancroft Foundation. Consciousness transfer, neural regeneration, quantum healing, everything that might offer hope. Most were long shots. The Consciousness Transfer Project run by Dr. Marcus Chen, seemed most promising. Artemis's expression darkened. At first. "What changed?" Edmund asked, notebook ready. "I discovered Dr. Chen was running unauthorized human trials. Desperate people, terminally ill, willing to try anything, were being used as test subjects. The mortality rate was appalling. 73% of both source and host consciousnesses were destroyed in failed transfers. The successful transfers often resulted in psychological trauma, identity fragmentation, or what I can only describe as consciousness corruption." "You allowed this?" Sister patients looked ill. "I didn't know. Chen was operating under the cover of legitimate research, hiding the human trials behind layers of bureaucracy and misdirection. When I found out, I immediately shut down the project, recalled all funding, demanded all research data be turned over for ethical review." Artemis looked at the unconscious benefactor. But Chen refused, said the research was too important to abandon, that we were on the verge of a breakthrough, that a few deaths were acceptable losses for the potential to end all death. "That's monstrous," Janet said quietly. "Yes, and when I threatened to expose the unauthorized trials and have Chen prosecuted, they disappeared. Faked their own death, rather ironically in hindsight, and I thought that was the end of it." Artemis stood, began pacing. "Then, 6 months ago, I noticed irregularities in foundation accounts, millions of dollars moving through shell corporations. I started investigating and realized someone was still running the consciousness transfer research, funding it through embezzled foundation assets." "You didn't know it was Chen?" Alex asked. "Not initially. They changed their identity completely. New name, new appearance, new background. The Marcus Chen, who served as chief engineer on this ship for 3 years, had perfect credentials, perfect references, perfect everything. Too perfect in retrospect." Artemis looked at Captain Joe. "I'm sorry I used your ship without explaining, but I needed a controlled environment where the manifest engine could be both a tool and a trap." "You could have just told me," Joe said. "I'm your daughter, remember? A daughter who made it very clear she wanted nothing to do with me. Involving you felt like manipulation." Artemis's voice was softer. "Though I suppose orchestrating this entire scenario was also manipulation, so my moral high ground is somewhat eroded." "Somewhat?" Timothy Griff's eyebrows rose. "You used all of us, set us up to suspect each other, accuse each other, tear each other apart emotionally while you watched." "Yes, and I'm sorry for that, but I needed the benefactor, Chen, to reveal themselves. As long as they operated in shadows, I couldn't prove anything. I needed them to act openly, to demonstrate their technology, to commit crimes with witnesses present." Artemis looked at Edmund. "That's where you came in." "The adequately suspicious mind," Edmund said. "More than adequate, as it turned out. I knew if I created an impossible mystery, fake wills, disappearing executor, locked room scenarios, you'd investigate thoroughly. You'd ask the right questions, notice the right details, and eventually identify Chen as suspicious." "But I didn't identify Chen as the benefactor. Lady Thistle did." "She did. Which is why I invited her. Marjorie has always been smarter than me. I knew she'd see through my manipulations and guide you toward the truth without directly revealing it." Lady Thistle had reclaimed her knitting. "You're giving me too much credit. I mostly sat here making a scarf and trying not to die of secondhand embarrassment at your dramatics." "It's a very nice scarf. Is that a cipher pattern?" "It's a timeline with embedded evidence notation that would hold up in court. I've been documenting everything." She held up the knitting. "Also, it's not a scarf. It's evidence." Edmund had to admire that. "Mr. Bancroft," he said, "you mentioned receiving threats. Was that Chen trying to stop your investigation?" "Yes. Anonymous messages, warnings to stop digging. When those didn't work, They escalated. Someone broke into my house, moved things, left ominous notes. Someone tried to tamper with my medication. I caught that early, fortunately. Someone even arranged for a shuttle I was scheduled to take to have a suspicious mechanical failure. That's when I realized Chen wasn't just trying to scare me. They were actively trying to kill me. So you faked your death first, Dr. Flux said. Used the manifest engine to create a corpse. I used the facial reconstruction suite to alter my appearance, then manifested a body using my own genetic template. Medical records, tissue samples, everything authentic except for the inconvenient fact that I wasn't actually dead. Artemis smiled grimly. I had you and Leslie Voss identify the body, Helena, because I knew you'd both be convincing witnesses. You saw what you expected to see. I feel manipulated, Dr. Flux said. You were manipulated. I apologize, though you're also brilliant enough to have realized the body was manufactured if you'd examined it more closely. I was identifying my friend's corpse. Forgive me for not being clinically analytical. Point taken. Artemis turned to the others. After my death, I hid in a manifested space on Deck 4. Thermally shielded, quantum encrypted, completely off the grid. I've been living there for 4 months, monitoring everything through the ship's systems, watching Chen continue their research, waiting for the right moment to expose them. The Leslie Voss identity, Edmund said, flipping through his notes. That was you as well? I created Leslie Voss 15 years ago as a backup persona. Been maintaining the identity ever since, managing my own estate, keeping certain relationships, building credibility. It was useful for situations exactly like this, when I needed to be somewhere without being Artemis Bancroft. He smiled slightly. Very few people knew Leslie and I were the same person. Marjorie figured it out years ago, of course. The wrong posture, the wrong voice, Lady Thistle said. I noticed immediately when Leslie arrived for the will reading. The impersonation was good, but not perfect. That wasn't me impersonating Leslie. That was Chen impersonating Leslie. They'd figured out Leslie was connected to me, though not that Leslie was me, and decided to use the identity to control the will reading. Artemis shook his head. They knocked out the other Leslie. The one I used for public appearances, tied them up in Storage Bay 3 and took their place. It was actually quite clever, just not clever enough. Wait, Janet said, looking confused. There are 2 Leslies? There's me as Leslie, and there's a professional actor I've employed for years to be Leslie when I need Leslie to exist independently. The actor is currently in Storage Bay 3, probably very annoyed. Someone should untie them. I'll handle it, Captain Joe said, already moving toward the door. The wills, Edmund said. Explain the wills. Will number 1, the genuine will, leaving everything to Reginald, was finalized 8 months ago and is legally valid. Artemis looked at his nephew. You're insufferable, but your family, and you were the only one who maintained contact over the years. I don't agree with how you turned out, but I'm partially responsible for that, so the inheritance is deserved. Human Reginald looked like he didn't know whether to be insulted or grateful. He settled for sullen silence. Will number 2, splitting assets between Patience and Helena, was created by Alex Pettigrew as part of their investigation. They correctly identified Will 1 as genuine and were trying to flush out whoever created the forgery by creating an obvious competing forgery. I'm still not sure that was legal, Alex muttered. It wasn't, but it was clever. Will number 3, the impossible, leaving everything to Timothy Grift, was created by Chen. They needed access to the full estate to fund their research indefinitely. A will in their favor, created with stolen authorization codes, would have given them control of billions. But it was dated after your death, Sister Patience said. That made it obviously fraudulent. Chen was desperate. They made a mistake, used my authorization codes without realizing they'd be time-stamped, or they thought the confusion would work in their favor, prevent any will from being validated, throw the estate into legal chaos long enough for them to transfer assets. Artemis shook his head. Desperation makes people sloppy. What about will number 4? Edmund asked. The one leaving everything to AI Reginald. That was my doing, AI Reginald's voice said from the speakers. I explained this already, legal strategy for AI personhood rights, though I'm now wondering if I should have coordinated with the actual Artemis before creating a will in his name. Legally speaking, that seems problematic. Extremely problematic, Alex confirmed. You're technically guilty of will forgery. Can you prosecute an AI for will forgery if the AI is also trying to establish legal personhood through the same will? That's circular logic, and I object on procedural grounds. We'll work it out later, Artemis said. The point is, only will number 1 is legally valid. Reginald inherits the estate. The Foundation continues operating, and hopefully, the consciousness transfer research is finally definitively shut down. What about Chen's partner? Edmund asked. The person they were trying to save. Are they real? Artemis's expression grew sad. Yes, very real, and actually dying. I've reviewed the medical records. Terminal neural degeneration, advanced stage. They have perhaps weeks left, maybe less. So Chen was telling the truth about their motivation, Lady Thistle said quietly. Motivation doesn't justify methods. Chen could have asked for help, could have worked within ethical guidelines. Instead, they chose embezzlement, fraud, and attempted murder. Their partner's condition is tragic. Chen's response to it is criminal. The group fell silent. Edmund looked at the unconscious benefactor, Chen, lying on the floor. Someone driven by love to commit terrible acts. It was a story he'd seen before in fraud investigations, though never at this scale. What happens to them now? Janet asked. Prosecution. Trial? Almost certainly prison. Captain Joe had returned, looking satisfied. I'm formally arresting Dr. Marcus Chen, or whoever they really are, for embezzlement, fraud, kidnapping, attempted murder, and crimes against consciousness that I'm pretty sure aren't legally defined yet, but should be. Their partner will die without treatment, Sister Patience said. Yes, Artemis said. That's the tragedy. But allowing Chen to continue would mean more deaths, more failed consciousness transfers, more families destroyed by false hope and deadly experiments. Could you help their partner? Edmund asked. Fund legitimate treatment, not consciousness transfer, but whatever palliative care or experimental therapies might help. Artemis was quiet for a moment. Yes, I could, though they might refuse out of pride or principle. Offer anyway, Lady Thistle said, not because Chen deserves mercy, but because their partner deserves compassion. I will. Artemis looked around the room. I owe all of you apologies. You came here expecting a simple will reading, and instead got trapped in my elaborate paranoid scenario. You were used, manipulated, and put in genuine danger. I'm sorry. Are you, though? Timothy Grift asked. You seem quite pleased with how everything turned out. I'm pleased the embezzler was caught. I'm pleased no one was seriously harmed. I'm pleased the consciousness transfer device didn't work well enough to actually destroy anyone's mind. Artemis's smile faded. But I'm not pleased I had to do any of this. I'm not pleased someone I funded, someone I trusted to do ethical research, became so desperate they were willing to commit atrocities. I'm not pleased I'm dying of a condition with no cure. None of this is pleasing, Mr. Grift. It's just necessary. Human Reginald had been unusually quiet. Now he spoke up. So I actually do inherit? The real will is valid? I'm not being framed or tested or manipulated into revealing some hidden character flaw. You inherit. Though I should mention that I've also established a trust for patients. You can refuse it if you want, but it's there. And I've arranged for Captain Joe to receive compensation for the use of her ship and acknowledgement as my daughter if she wants it. I don't want money, Joe said. I want to know why you reached out 2 years ago. Why offer me a settlement? Because I knew I was dying and I felt guilty. You deserve to know who your father was, even if that father was a paranoid billionaire who couldn't manage personal relationships properly. Artemis looked at her directly. I wanted to meet you, talk with you, maybe build some kind of relationship, but I offered you money instead because that's what I know how to do. I apologize for that. Joe studied him for a long moment. You're still terrible at personal relationships. I'm aware. But at least you're honest about it. Joe finished securing Chen's restraints. I'll consider the acknowledgement. Don't push for more than that. I won't. Edmund closed his notebook. He'd filled dozens of pages with notes, observations, theories, most of which turned out to be wrong or incomplete. But that was the nature of investigation. You pursued false leads until you found true ones. Mr. Bancroft, one last question. Why me? Why invite an insurance adjuster who denied one of your claims? Why not a professional detective, a forensic investigator, someone qualified? Because professional detectives can be biased or bought. Because forensic investigators might miss human elements for technical details. Because I needed someone with an adequately suspicious mind who wasn't too clever. You weren't trying to win. You were trying to understand. Artemis smiled. You think methodically, Edmund. You build cases carefully. You consider human motivation alongside physical evidence. And you denied my claim because it was fraudulent, which meant you had integrity. Those qualities made you perfect. Too clever would have been a problem. Someone too clever might have solved it too quickly. Before Chen revealed themselves, before we had witnesses and evidence, I needed the investigation to unfold naturally, to build a narrative that would be convincing in court. Artemis looked at the group. All of you are witnesses now. You've seen Chen threaten violence, attempt consciousness transfer, confess to embezzlement. Your testimony will ensure conviction. So we were jury as well as suspects, Dr. Flux said. You were everything at once. Suspects, jury, witnesses, and I hope, friends, willing to forgive me for using you. Artemis looked genuinely uncertain for the first time all evening. Can you? Forgive me? Edmund looked at the others. Janet looked exhausted but relieved. Timothy Grift looked thoughtful. Sister Patience looked sad. Human Reginald looked confused, which was probably his default state. Dr. Flux looked like he was already writing the paper he'd publish about this evening. Alex Pettigrew looked professionally interested in the legal implications. Captain Joe looked like she might actually acknowledge her father someday, though not today. And Lady Thistle looked at Artemis with the expression of someone who'd known him for 43 years and was utterly unsurprised by his behavior. You're a manipulative, paranoid, self-centered bastard, she said fondly. But you're our manipulative, paranoid, self-centered bastard. Yes, Artemis. We forgive you. I don't, Human Reginald said, but I'll cash the inheritance check anyway. That's the spirit, Artemis said dryly. Am I? Reginald's voice spoke up. I hate to interrupt this touching moment of reconciliation, but I should mention that we have a problem. Well, another problem, in addition to all the previous problems. What now? Captain Joe demanded. The real Leslie Voss, the actor one, is still tied up in Storage Bay 3, and they've apparently chewed through their gag and are now shouting for someone to let them out. Also, they're threatening to sue everyone aboard this ship, up to and including me, for unlawful imprisonment. They can't sue an AI. Alex said. They're a lawyer. Well, they play one for Artemis. They're threatening to sue anyone. Whether it holds up in court is a separate question. Artemis sighed. I'll handle Leslie. They're technically me anyway. No, they're technically a separate person that you pay to be you sometimes, Edmund corrected. This is confusing. Welcome to my life. Artemis headed for the door, which manifested obligingly. Captain Joe, could you arrange for Chen to be transferred to proper custody? Dr. Flux, would you mind examining Chen's partner's medical records and suggesting treatment options? Lady Thistle, could you document everything in your knitting cipher for the legal proceedings? And Edmund? Yes? Thank you. Truly. You did excellent work. If you ever want to leave retirement again, I could use an investigator I can trust. I'm staying retired, Edmund said firmly. Of course, though I'll keep the offer open, just in case. Chapter 14, in which everything is explained, almost. 3 hours later, Edmund sat in what AI Reginald had manifested as a debriefing lounge, which looked suspiciously like a comfortable bar with excellent scotch and deeply questionable lighting. The assembled group, minus Chen, who was now secured in the ship's actual brig, had gathered to sign statements, compare notes, and generally process the evening's events through the traditional method of alcohol and complaint. I still don't entirely understand the Leslie Voss situation, Janet said, working on what Edmund thought was her third glass of wine. Artemis is Leslie, but there's also a real Leslie. But the real Leslie is also fake, and Chen was impersonating the fake Leslie, who was actually Artemis. My head hurts. It's identity fraud layered on identity fraud, Alex Pettigrew said. I'll be filing paperwork about this for years. Decades, Lady Thistle corrected. The legal implications are baroque. Artemis has essentially been two people for 15 years. Every contract Leslie signed, every legal document, every court appearance, all performed by someone operating under a false identity. But Leslie Voss's credentials are real, Dr. Flux pointed out. Artemis actually attended law school under that identity, passed the bar, practiced law. So is it fraud if you legitimately earn the qualifications? Yes, Alex said firmly. The credentials might be real, but the identity isn't. Though I admit, this creates fascinating legal questions about personhood and identity. Edmund was nursing a single drink and reviewing his notes. Something still nagged at him, a loose thread he couldn't quite identify. Mr. Bancroft, he said, looking at Artemis, who sat in the corner looking exhausted and vaguely guilty. The consciousness transfer device. Chen said it was broken, fundamentally flawed, but they worked on it for 3 years. They're brilliant enough to embezzle billions without detection, to create a false identity that fooled everyone, to manipulate ship systems. How did they miss that the technology didn't work? Artemis was quiet for a moment. They didn't miss it. They knew. The room went still. Explain, Captain Joe said. The consciousness transfer technology Chen was developing. It works. Partially. About 73% of the time, it destroys both consciousnesses. But 27% of the time, it successfully transfers the source consciousness into the host body. That's still a terrible success rate, Sister Patience said. It's terrible if you value both consciousnesses equally. But if you're dying, if the alternative is certain death, 27% survival odds might seem acceptable. Artemis looked at his drink. Chen knew the risks. They were willing to gamble their partner's consciousness on those odds because the alternative was watching them die. But they were going to use Janet as the unwilling host, Edmund said. That's not gambling with their own life. That's gambling with someone else's. Yes. Which is where desperation crossed into evil. Chen started with good intentions, save their partner at any cost. But any cost eventually included other people's lives. Artemis met Edmund's eyes. That's what I wanted you all to see, to understand how someone with good intentions can become a monster through incremental moral compromises. That's very philosophical for someone who faked their own death and manipulated everyone here, Timothy Grift observed. I never claimed to be moral, just self-aware about my immorality. Artemis smiled without humor. Though I draw the line at gambling with other people's consciousnesses without consent. That's where Chen and I differ. What happens to the consciousness transfer research? Dr. Flux asked. The data, the equipment, the findings? Destroyed, all of it. I've already given the order. Artemis's expression was firm. The technology is too dangerous. Even with a higher success rate, even with ethical oversight, the potential for abuse is too great. Some knowledge costs more than it gives back. When survival requires destroying someone else's mind, it isn't survival, it's theft. But you're dying, Janet said quietly. The same condition as Chen's partner. Consciousness transfer could save you, Ho. It could. If it worked, if it was ethical, if it didn't require destroying someone else's mind to preserve mine. Artemis finished his drink. I've made peace with dying, Janet. It took a while, but I got there. Some things are worse than death, and becoming the kind of person who'd murder someone to extend their own life is one of them. Edmund thought about that. Thought about what he would do, facing the same choice. He'd like to believe he'd make the same decision Artemis had, but he wasn't entirely sure. What happens now? Sister Patience asked. After the trial? After the legal proceedings? What happens to all of us? You go back to your lives, Artemis said. Changed, I hope. Wiser, maybe. But free. I'll handle the Foundation. Ensure the embezzled funds are recovered. Establish new oversight protocols. Captain Jo will continue commanding this ship if she wants to. Reginald will inherit and hopefully do something worthwhile with the money. Patience. You'll have resources if you want them, for your community, for good works, for whatever you choose. And you? Edmund asked. I have 5 years left, maybe less. I plan to spend them making amends, reconnecting with people I pushed away, building relationships I should have built decades ago. He looked at Captain Jo, starting with my daughter if she'll let me. Jo's expression was unreadable. We'll see. That's more than I deserve. Artemis stood swaying slightly. I need sleep. Actual sleep, in an actual bed, not a manifested cot in a hidden room. If anyone needs me, I'll be in the primary suite on deck 1, which I'm commandeering by right of owning this ship. You don't own this ship, Captain Jo said. The Foundation does. I control the Foundation. Same thing. It's really not. We can argue about it tomorrow. Good night, everyone, and thank you for being here, for solving this, for not letting Chen hurt anyone. He paused at the door. Edmund, truly, you did exceptional work. The offer stands, whenever you're ready. Then he was gone, and Edmund was left with a room full of exhausted people, a half-empty glass of scotch, and the strange sensation of having completed something significant without quite understanding what it was. Well, Lady Thistle said, picking up her knitting, that was certainly more interesting than the charity gala I was supposed to attend this weekend. You were supposed to be at a charity gala? Janet asked. The Lunar Historical Society's annual fundraiser. Very dull. Mostly speeches about preserving heritage sites that nobody visits. Lady Thistle smiled. This was much better. Attempted murder, consciousness transfer, family drama, and an adequately suspicious insurance investigator. Almost worth getting my consciousness nearly scrambled. High praise, Edmund said dryly. The highest I give. She stood gathering her things. I'm for bed as well. Edmund, If you're ever in the lunar colonies, do look me up. I have more mysteries that could use a suspicious mind. I'm retired. So you keep saying. Yet here you are? She patted his shoulder as she passed. Good night, Edmund Cork. It was a pleasure watching you work. One by one, the others drifted away. Janet and Timothy Grift left together, united by their shared experience of nearly losing loved ones and finding unexpected understanding. Sister Patience went to find a quiet place to process everything. Human Reginald went to find a loud place to complain about everything. Dr. Flux went to find a computer to start writing his papers. Alex Pettigrew went to find a legal database to start filing motions. Eventually, only Edmund and Captain Joe remained. Hell of a night, Joe said, settling into the chair across from him. Hell of a night, Edmund agreed. You really figured it out. The chief engineer, the embezzlement, the consciousness transfer. All of it. Lady Thistle figured out most of it. I just asked questions. You asked the right questions. That's the hard part. Joe poured herself another drink. What will you do now? Go back to retirement? Tend your garden? Pretend this never happened? I don't think I can pretend this never happened. Consciousness transfer, manifested realities, fake deaths. It's not the sort of thing you forget over tea and biscuits. No, it's not. Joe was quiet for a moment. He meant it, you know. The job offer. He respects you, trusts you. That's rare for him. He doesn't know me. He knows you denied his fraudulent insurance claim. He knows you investigated thoroughly despite personal inconvenience. He knows you kept asking questions tonight when it would have been easier to give up. Joe met his eyes. He knows what he needs to know. Edmund thought about his retirement, his garden, his cat, his daughter who called every Sunday and worried he was bored. He thought about how alive he'd felt tonight, despite the terror and confusion, how much he'd missed the work, the puzzle solving, the satisfaction of finding truth hidden beneath layers of lies. I'm retired, he said again, but it sounded less convincing this time. Joe smiled slightly. For now. Edmund finished his drink, gathered his notebook, and stood. Good night, Captain. It's been educational. Good night, Mr. Cork. Safe travels back to Earth. And if you change your mind about that retirement. She raised her glass. You know where to find us. Epilogue, in which Edmund returns to retirement, probably. 2 weeks later, Edmund sat in his garden on Earth, pulling weeds and trying not to think about consciousness transfer, manifested realities, or the strange sensation of having his mind nearly scrambled by an unstable quantum device. His cat, Schrödinger, a name he'd found amusing when he adopted her and now found uncomfortably relevant, watched him from the porch with the judgment only cats can muster. I'm retired, Edmund told the cat. I solved one mystery. That doesn't mean I'm back in the investigation business. Schrödinger's expression suggested she didn't believe him. His tablet chimed. A message from Janet Proxima. Edmund, hope you're well. I wanted to let you know that my mother's condition has stabilized. Artemis arranged for experimental treatment, something developed from the legitimate consciousness research before Chen corrupted it. The doctors are optimistic. I don't know how to thank him, or you, but I wanted you to know. Also, the ship has stopped manifesting cherub fountains. Captain Joe is relieved. Take care of yourself. Janet. Edmund smiled and typed a brief reply. Another message from Lady Thistle. Edmund, I finished decoding my knitting cipher. The resulting document is 400 pages of evidence, testimony notes, and observations. The prosecution is delighted. Chen's trial begins next month. You may be called as a witness. I've also started a new knitting project. A scarf this time. No hidden codes. Though one never knows when one might need emergency documentation. Do consider my offer to visit. The lunar colonies are lovely this time of year. if you don't mind the artificial seasons. Warmly, Marjorie. He made a note to check his calendar. A third message from Artemis Bancroft and Edmund. I hope this finds you well rested and thoroughly bored with retirement. I'm writing to inform you that I've established a small investigative consultancy. Nothing formal, just a way to handle unusual cases that require unusual minds. The position of senior investigator remains unfilled. No pressure, of course. But if you ever find yourself missing the work, the puzzle solving, the satisfaction of finding truth in a world of lies, well, you know how to reach me. The offer has no expiration date. With respect and gratitude, Artemis Bancroft III. P.S. Captain Joe says hello. She also says you're not as retired as you think you are. I have no idea what that means, but she seemed confident. Edmund read the message twice. Then he set down his tablet, picked up his trowel, and went back to pulling weeds. He was retired. Definitely retired. The mystery aboard the Reasonable Assumption was a one-time thing, an anomaly, a brief interruption in his peaceful, quiet, thoroughly boring life. Schrödinger meowed skeptically. I'm retired, Edmund said firmly. His tablet chimed again. A new message, this one from an address he didn't recognize. Mr. Cork, I represent a client who requires assistance with a delicate matter involving a disappeared research vessel, 17 missing scientists, and a quantum anomaly that may or may not be eating small moons in the outer solar system. Your reputation precedes you. Compensation is negotiable. Discretion is essential. Please respond at your earliest convenience. Time, I'm afraid, is of the essence. That phrase, Edmund noticed, appeared far too often in messages that preceded disasters. Edmund stared at the message. He looked at Schrödinger. Schrödinger looked back with an expression that clearly said, You're not really retired, are you? Edmund thought about his garden, his quiet life, his thorough, complete, absolute retirement from investigation. Then he picked up his tablet and started typing a reply. Some people, he reflected, were simply not designed for peaceful retirement. Some minds needed mysteries the way gardens needed weeding. Some questions demanded answers, and some investigators couldn't resist asking them. He was retired, of course, mostly, but perhaps, just this once, he could make an exception. After all, the universe was full of impossible things, and someone had to investigate them. Might as well be someone with an adequately suspicious mind. The end. Author's note. The consciousness transfer device was indeed fundamentally flawed. Chen spent 3 years perfecting technology that couldn't work, driven by love and desperation to see past obvious failures. The irony was not lost on those who understood the cost. Lady Thistle's knitting cipher was later published as a textbook example of covert documentation. It's now required reading at 3 different law schools. Captain Joe did eventually acknowledge Artemis as her father. Their relationship remained complicated, but they had dinner once a month until his death. Timothy Griff's partner received experimental treatment funded by Artemis. It extended their life by 3 years. Griff spent every day of those years with them. The Reasonable Assumption continued operating, though the water recycling system occasionally manifested cherubs on the anniversary of that night. A.I. Reginald claimed it was a glitch. Nobody believed him. And Edmund Cork? He solved the case of the disappeared research vessel, and the one after that, and the one after that. Retirement, it turned out, was overrated, at least for people with adequately suspicious minds.